So let's see, should be working now. Yeah, that should be on the next stream. Cool, guys. Okay, see you soon. Right, here we are back. Ah, had a nice little nap. Ah, felt really good. Wow, the Northern Lights, blimey. Wow. Incredible. Where's my sounds? Hang on. It's very quiet, isn't it? Ah, there we go. So let's see who's here. Einzigartig, hello. Ja. Ein Pilot, ein Kapitän darf Pause machen, ja. Alex, hello to you. I hope you had a great Christmas. Trying possible missions and some arriving late. I'm attempt to take off from Nuuk and meet you in flight. Okay, well that looks alright. Yeah. Wow. I mean, I am actually... yeah, eventually it was. It really was a good nap. Just like IRL. Wow, I mean... incredible. Amazing. Yeah, Svenja, I mean, isn't it beautiful? Absolutely. Oh, hang on. Insufficient fuel. What happened? The wind has died out. Now, currently it says 3.8 for Frankfurt. 3.8. Yeah, I may have to slow down a bit. I remember that we took 0.86. So... oh. Yeah, just press econ. Easy. Right, let's have a look. 0.84. Yeah, now we've got 4.7 again. Should be alright. Nice. Yeah, Svenja, I mean, what I was really sad about, so, you know, I mean, I flew like, how many years? 2 years, 2.5 years, long range, before retiring, and I did see some Northern Lights, but not as beautiful as, you know, strong as these tonight. Amazing. So that's something I was actually sad about. Airbus 05, hello to you. Wow. Yeah, had some nice raclette. Yeah, and then a nice little nap. Really good. Before spitting some coffee. Ay. Good thing I didn't spill anything into my pedestal. Hey, nice, I was 5. You went to the Weihnachtsmarkt. Nice. Yeah, it's here. Just looking outside, it's like really foggy and cold. Oh yes, so Svenja, my wife and me are planning to go on a Norway cruise, just a Norway ship cruise from Bergen to Kirkenes and back again to Bergen, beginning of February. So hopefully we'll see some Northern Lights then. Alright, Bremen. Oh, look at that, Airport Bremen. Freezing fog, -1. Yuck. That's what I mean. Yeah, so you know that there's the Hurtigruten ship, but there's also a new ship, a new company, and they own 4 ships, I think, and they're actually using liquid nitrogen gas, LNG, and or electric, so they can fly. They can drive 4 hours on electric, and then they can also use gas, which has been made by renewable energy, or through renewable energy. Really crazy. have to say, the Northern Lights simulation, that's one of the nicest things I've seen in a flight sim. That's incredible. So let's have a look. This stream has been running for since 2 p.m. It's about 2 hours now. Yeah, so we've got a bit more time. It's freezing as well at your place, Svenja? Okay. Yesterday evening, due to icy roads, almost didn't manage to go home. Oh no, okay. Yeah, I read there's quite a lot of accidents that happened yesterday and today. Hey Alex, fantastic. I'm happy to hear that. You had a wonderful Christmas family. Yeah, we did. So as I said earlier, typical kind of Christmas where really lovely, but way too much food. So cake as well, especially cake and dessert. Blimey. Yeah. Yesterday I went more than an hour jogging on my home gym. So jogging and cycling. So I can see we've been past Iqaluit. Now something I find a bit strange though is, I mean, Iqaluit still feels like we've only just departed, right? I mean, let's have a look here on the map. Yeah, coming up halfway maybe, right? Yeah, we should be halfway now. And so yeah, we're just on our way to Greenland now. Well, looking good. Alex, you know what I mean. Oh, I'm telling you. Man, this brings back memories. So I could just feel, you know, going back, knowing, you know, midnight. It's just, you know, let's say, what time is it here in the sim? It's 4 UTC, really? Yeah, 4.5 hours. So, you know, all the preparations, and then you take off, and so now the feeling just coming back from my break. You know, eyes still a bit small, and then just getting the bearings again, checking where we are. But yeah, enjoying some beautiful northern lights. Yeah, having a nice cup of coffee. And chit-chatting with my neighbor. Hey, Venture. Well, I mean, it's okay. So honestly, now I do say that, you know, doing the short-range streaming is more interesting than long-range flying. But I mean, still, I mean, you know, doing the odd long-range flight is actually not bad, especially when you have these beautiful effects here. Let's have a look for Niffy. Niffy we've just passed, so 4 hours 3 minutes after departure. So nifty, 4 hours 36. Yeah, so about still more than 10 minutes ahead of schedule. 20.4. We've got so 22.4. Yeah, we did burn through some fuel here over the last 2 hours, so we're still good. But we did get through a few kilograms. Now, I know that the aircraft on the 23rd, so the real flight, it did actually go and fly. Not the arrival routing. It actually went and flew pretty much from the arrival straight onto the ILS. So it didn't really fly all that part. So if I clean up the routing just a tad, So if I go from Delta Fox 441 and then go to Delta Fox 660, so discontinuity Delta Fox 660. So if I do that, execute. Oh, hang on, where's my? Huh? Yeah, it shouldn't do that. It should actually sequence that. So let's take those out. Delete, 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 delete. And there we go. Now execute. Where's my? Let's have a look again. There we go. So there's even more potential there.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box YouTube channel subscriber experience.
Oh, H4W X93 or Hawks. I think Hawks it says, right? Hawks or Hawk 93. Thank you so much for the membership here on YouTube. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for that. Welcome to the community. Nice. Thank you so much. Hawks. Thank you so much. Right, let's check again for the fuel. You see how much that saved as well. So these are a few tricks, you know, few tricks of the trade if you get to the position where you're not sure if you're going to make it with the fuel. But yeah, some return here on below us, weather radar wise. Good. And another thing I've forgotten prior to entering, of course, today it doesn't work. So the heading reference to true doesn't work here in the sim because so the thing is that it doesn't really have any effect on the autopilot itself. The autopilot will still fly that programmed routing. It's just a matter of having a reference regarding the compass scale to true north, so a geometric north or geographic north, instead of a magnetic sensed north, right? And you know, one of the big advantages, obviously, is if you're referencing to true north. Is that you know, if you go and reference everything geographically, you're not subjected then to these variations in the magnetic field of the Earth. So very far north, you have, you know, very quickly changing magnetic north bearings. Right. Magnetic north right now, where's it situated? North. It does shift, and it shifts quite fast nowadays. Position. Let's have a look. So, wondering if the magnetic north. Look at that. So, not sure if you can see that. So there we go. So that's a bit, but that's how the magnetic north varies, right? So that's northern Canada. It shifted, and then over the years, and then it's projected to move towards Russia. So it does move. That's a south pole. So it seems like right now the magnetic north is somewhere here. Let's have a look. It was here. No, it could even be here. I think somewhere here now. But yeah, it does vary quickly, so that's why we do reference these tracks to these days in true north. And so also on our flight plan, what you will see is that these tracks, for example, you see that T, that's always referenced true north, right? So what we do is when we check the clearance. Yeah, I'm back, DB. You have a question for the autothrottle. Is it normal system behavior that the autothrottle would disengage with the throttle ever idle and will not be re-engaged when thrust is needed? No. Hang on, what do you mean? No, so you have to... There's two things. So one is the physical disconnect of the autothrottle servos, right? So when you switch them off here, that's it. You can pretty much remove the electric power from the servo motors of the autothrust system, right? Another way to disconnect the throttles is through the disconnect button here, right? So if I activate the autothrust here, right, then you can disconnect that. Now, by doing that though, you will have still protections available, right? So the autothrust should kick back in when certain limitations are exceeded regarding airspeed, right? So, you know, if the autothrust is still, you know, engaged, if you like, so just literally, well, disarmed. Let's call it disarmed, and you move the thrust levers, then they should be activating when needed. So for example, you know that when you go level change for descent, and then they put themselves to idle, or you have thrust hold, right, throttle hold, then the servos are pretty much you know, short-term disconnected, right? So the thrust levers don't move anymore. But still, once a new mode activates, so it goes back to speed mode, then they should be reconnecting automatically. Are you referring to that incident with the, or the accident of the ANA? Was it ANA? Air Asia, sorry, Air Asia 777 in San Francisco. Okay, well then that must be a wrong behavior. So you say with the Magnite 77, speed is too high, the thrust lever moved to idle, and the light in autothrust push button goes off. Yeah, no, that should not happen. No. No. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that must be a wrong system behavior then. What could catch out one out is the fact that the winds in Meta are referenced to... Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Hey Avima, welcome back as well. Hey Diego. Hope you had a great Christmas. Yeah, so Diego, if you want to have a look at how this is done, I can't show the video here because I'm going to get a copyright strike, so I'm not going to show the video. But if you follow that link, there's a documentary on the A787 delivery from Lufthansa, and if you activate subtitles, you should be able to get your language subtitles shown, so that you can understand what they're talking about. And there you can see that when Boeing says an aircraft is ready for delivery, you'll have a team from your airline fly to Boeing. So in our case, it was Payne Field in the US, and yeah, Seattle. And then that delegation, so there's going to be technicians, there's going to be experts for the cabin crew, you have your test pilots, and they will do all kinds of tests. They will check everything, you know, all the equipment, the floor, the carpets, the externals, right, decals, the paint job, everything. And then they do flight testing. So they test things like electric failure, where the rat deploys, etc., etc. So they have their test checklist, if you like, and they go through that. It takes several days. And then once they're happy, then they'll tell Boeing, okay, yeah, good job. We're happy to take it now. And then, yeah, Boeing tells them to wire the money. In that case, in that video, it was 200 million euros for the 787. So they wired it from Malta. And then once Boeing says, all right, we'll receive the money, you can sign the contracts. And then they do a transfer of title, so transfer of ownership. So then the aircraft goes, you know, from Boeing to the airline officially. So yeah, it's like you buying a car, a new car. It's just a bit more expensive with the 787. Hey Incubus, how you doing? A few days ago, you flew from Munich to Hamburg, and before takeoff, the icing was required. Yes, after the icing, the aircraft lined up, and I noticed about 50% thrust. Yeah, yeah. No, so that's called ice shedding. So be aware. So Incubus, I'm not sure. Do you own the FENIX A320 or A319, 321? Do you own them? Because as I found out as well, not too long ago, here in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, yeah, you have to do that as well, because if you don't, and you taxi around in icing conditions for a certain time, you pick up ice in the fan blade section, and so the engine spool up doesn't work properly. So you see a very slow acceleration. And then once the engines have run up for a certain time at 70% power, then the ice breaks free, right? Because of the centrifugal forces, the ice breaks off. And then once the ice has broken off, then, you know, you can go. So that was great to see. Let's have a look here. Oops. Careful with the... Now, interestingly enough, so the ice, on the ground at least, on the ground doesn't stick to the engine inlet cowling, because I mean you have engine anti-ice working, right? So the hot air is being distributed in the engine cowling in the front, so there's no ice accretion. But the fan blades, as the engine sucks in the moisture, the ice can actually, or ice could build up behind the front part of the engine here, of the fan blades, right? So, and I've actually had aircraft after landing when we taxied in, and you had that ice accretion behind the fan blades there, quite thick, and it actually sticks really hard to the fan blades. So you know you can break it off physically, but it takes quite some effort. And the 320, for example, has with the CFM engines, it has the run-up procedure where you rev up the engines to 70% N1, and you have brakes not set, but you press the brake pedals, and you let the engine run for 30 seconds, and assuming, so if the engine parameters, you know, the RPM and the vibration levels are normal, then after 30 seconds you could just release the brakes and then set takeoff power. Right. That's a normal procedure, yeah. Avima, no. So I've had some engine vibrations initially, but after a few seconds, maybe 10 seconds, then the vibrations were gone. So yeah, Incubus, a pleasure. Yeah, so yeah, I don't remember any cases where the vibrations didn't go away. Now, on the other hand, what I did have over the Alps in the 737, and that's actually the only time I actually declared a pan, was when we were in the top of the clouds, and it's quite usual that in the last part, just before you break out of the clouds, that top part quite regularly in wintertime has, if it's more like a stratus kind of layer, so not cumulus kind of cloud level layer, but kind of a even stratoform cloud layer, that it actually has some supercooled droplets in it. Supercooled meaning the outside temperature is like minus 45, minus 50 degrees Celsius, but the particles, the water droplets, have not frozen. Well, how can that be, right? How can these particles be liquid? And it's due to a physical effect, physical phenomenon where water droplets need something to freeze on. They need a dust particle, anything, any contamination, or an aircraft airframe, as an example. They need those particles, particles to actually freeze on. If there's an abundance of that, so is it abundance, or if there's a lack of it, right? So you have, let's say, very clean air, and then those particles, those water droplets, will not freeze, right? So and then you come in with your aircraft, which is very cold. The skin is also very cold, right? And then you fly through that water vapor that hasn't frozen up to this point, and then very quickly, as it hits the aircraft, it'll freeze upon impact. That's how the Air France, crash came about on the A330 over the South Atlantic with those super cool droplets. So I had that over the Alps, and no report of any severe icing anywhere, right? And so something. So you'd notice icing mostly because when you have your windshield wipers on the 737. So the 737 doesn't have a little pin poking out between the windshields where you have your icing pin indication, right? The 737 doesn't have that. So the way that we could tell icing forming on the airframe was the screw where the windshield wiper was set on. That sticks out a bit, and that actually caught up ice. Now, that's how you would normally find out the kind of low icing, right? The slow ice buildup. And then you would see that, and oh yeah, engine anti-ice or wing anti-ice on, right? In this case, it's something I've never seen again, ever. So this is the first time I've seen that bad, and last time, luckily, I've never seen that after that, because that was scary. What happened was that the ice started, and we could see the ice build up on the windshield wiper, and so we switched on the wing and the engine anti-ice. However, then suddenly, really quickly, the windshield started to freeze up. Right? The windshield is heated. It has quite a powerful heating, but even that heating was enough to stop the ice from building up. So it was that moment we were both sitting there going, "Oh my god, that's a lot of ice," right? And then looking at the engine instruments, we saw vibrations go up, and actually could feel a little bit of vibration through the yoke, right? And I said, well, hey, we got to get out of here quickly, ASAP. And we could see that we're not far out from the, breaking out the clouds, so like 1,000 feet above us. We knew it's clear sky, right? So you have two options. One would be to descend into warmer air, but that would mean that you've got to reduce the engine thrust, engine RPM, so the fan blade RPM goes down. And that way, you actually then have the chance to pick up ice even quicker because the ice is not being shed off by the high RPM, right? So, you know, if you can get out quicker climbing, and you have the ability performance-wise to climb, well, then it does make sense to climb up. So I called, I told my FO to call ATC and ask for high level. So my co-pilot called up and said, hey, we got severe icing, need to climb immediately. And then the Swiss controller said standby. I mean, yeah, sure, he had to check, right? He had to check where's traffic, right? You know, can I climb him 2,000, 4,000 feet higher, whatever, right? And I thought, no, we don't have time for standby. So I called in pan. Severe icing. We're starting to get engine trouble. We need to climb arse up, all right? And then within like 2 seconds, he said, yeah, sure, climb, you know, whatever, 390. And so then we increased the thrust, we climbed out, and then once we're out, it didn't take very long to get the vibration levels down again, and then slowly get rid of the ice. But that was hefty. That was really hefty. I remember also there was a case near Frankfurt where actually several engines were damaged in a holding pattern. Same deal. They suddenly picked up severe icing, and because they were very slow and at very low RPMs, they built the buildup on the fan blades was tremendously fast, and then ATC had trouble getting them out of the holding to get them out of the icing area. And I remember that a couple of engines were damaged, so they had bent fan blades, or you know, ice breaking off, damaging fan blades. Flying Fox, you had it twice during descent over the Alps into Geneva. Yeah. I mean, doesn't happen often, luckily, but yeah, if it does, that is scary. Yeah. Flying Fox also asked, assuming most aircraft, most others actually. No, well, actually, not really. So as far, I don't know how it is these days, but I remember that for a very long time, Lufthansa actually had almost no leased aircraft. There are leased aircraft now, I know. I've seen a couple of A320s that had been leased, and Lufthansa has now started leasing more and more. The argument against leasing is that when you have, you know, an economic downturn, especially things like the pandemic, so very drastic reductions in demand regarding air travel, you're stuck with the aircraft, right? You still have to pay your monthly fees for leasing fees, but you have no income, right? Or little income. So, you know, airlines that had aircraft that belonged to them, and maybe, sure, you had your, you know, you maybe didn't buy it in cash, you had to take up a loan for that. Sure, you got your loan costs still, your interest payments you have to pay. But overall, Lufthansa was lucky enough to have very old aircraft that had been completely paid off. So they could just simply park them, right? And it wouldn't really cost them much. So, you know, if you have an airline that leases literally all their aircraft, well, they better have some cash in the background to make sure that they don't run out of cash in certain quick downturns. Paul, hello. How are you doing, Paul? Oh, yeah, and speaking of 747, did you read that Lufthansa is selling two 747-8 to the president of the United States, because they need it for spare parts, apparently. Crazy. Hey Beethoven, wie geht's? Yes, we did. I hope you had a lovely Christmas as well, Beethoven. Oh, Beethoven, that's really kind of you. Thank you so much. I'm especially glad to see that we've got quite a number of real-world pilots making flight sim content that a lot of people appreciate, which is great. So when I started 9 years ago, I was one of the very few. There were like only like 3 or 4, and now we have how many? 15. At least 15 pilots, really good pilots doing streaming and content creation. So I think it's a great thing. And as I said as well, and I've had the chance to fly along, shared flight with a couple of my community members, and it's so fascinating to see how extremely well they have their procedures down. So by watching tutorial videos or live streams, how well they're actually able to learn real good procedures, and wow, they do a great job. Do you really think of it spare parts, or do you I don't know. So LH Virtual, I only read in the news that apparently they are planning to use them as spare part deliveries. But who knows? Maybe they take one as a presidential airplane. I don't know. Oh really? The Etna has erupted again. Okay. Let me check. There's a website where you can check volcanic ash. So it's a volcanic ash advisory. Let's have a look. Now the Etna, it does erupt frequently, but normally only small eruptions. So it's like only the dust ash cloud only goes up to 5,000. 5,000. Thank you much, Flying Fox. Oh wow, that's hang on. Is that a real world picture right now? Whoa, okay, well that's... Has it got that much snow on it? Well, that's impressive. No, that's more than 5,000 feet. Yeah, slightly big eruption, yeah. That looks, so that should be on the Volcanic Ash Advisory Center. Let's have a look here. Oh yeah, they do have some. So let's have a look here. Well, at the moment, that's from today, 12:56 UTC. They're saying volcanic ash not identifiable from satellite data. Okay. Let's have a look. Okay, so aviation color code orange. Okay, so that's that is definitely important. That is important. Now, let me have a quick look here into my documents. Okay, so it says eruption details. Eruption has stopped, but I mean it's still orange for the color. I find it fascinating how you see that eruption right from the picture, and it's clearly quite strong, but for the aviation side, it's not really that. Yeah, so interesting. Now for us, I mean, orange for us, aviation, according to my document, is not really a defined color, because we have cyan, gray, and red. So we don't really have an orange. So it says thin plume, mainly composed of water drifting west-southwest in the vicinity of the volcano. So from what I can see, Yeah, but it says, hang on, it says aviation color code orange. That's what I mean. So I'd be surprised if that refers to the particles being orange that being spewed out. So, interesting. Yeah, but like I said, at the moment, it has no effect on aviation. Yeah, the different centers, Beethoven. So there's Toulouse, we have London, Washington, Montreal, etc. So London isn't really responsible for the Etna. So it'll cover Iceland, for example. That's through the London center. Hey buddy, you on your way home? Cool. Yeah, it's buddy, it's multiplayer. Yeah? We are on the European West server. That's really kind. So LH Virtual, thanks so much for the kind words. But I mean, so for me, it's always been, the fun part has been to be able to open the door virtually for people that are interested in aviation, especially airliner flying. You know, something we're not allowed to do in real life, right? In real life, we rarely have visitors on the flight deck during the flight because it's so restricted. And then if you have someone, then usually it's already a pilot, or it has to be a pilot that's licensed and has the clearance to enter the flight deck during flight. So there's not that much you can tell them, right? So yeah, so for me it's been fun. It's been a fantastic experience as well, being able to tell people, you know, a few more detailed things about aviation. And then, like I also said, I mean, incredible. This is just, for me, I find it hard to comprehend that I'm sitting at home in front of a big TV screen and just watch, you know, Northern Lights being simulated. Absolutely beautiful. Look at that. Hey, Lilienthal, wie geht's? Wow, look how strong it is further to the west. Yeah, buddy. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, let me know when you're in the air. I can tell you, buddy, I'm going to be near London. Let's have a look. We are going to cross. We're just about to. Well, we're crossing now the southern tip of Greenland. Oh, actually, we're going to be a bit north of London. So we're going to be then Northern Sea, Amsterdam, and then we go towards Frankfurt. And later I can tell you exactly what time. Hey Lilienthal, I hope you had a wonderful Christmas. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, so Leviat, in real life, it depends. So I've already said that obviously when you look at the Northern Lights with a naked eye, it's not as strong as you see sometimes on these pictures that are being published, because they have, you know, longer shutter times and exposure times to catch more light compared to the eye. But I mean, this is a fairly good representation of real-world Northern Lights. So this will be the level normally you would see Northern Lights. Now they can be stronger. So especially if it's like you know, more into the red colors, so really strong green and red colors, then it could be a bit stronger even than this. But this is a very good representation. And the way they move, that's also pretty realistic. So that's actually really well simulated. Love that. Yeah, Lilienthal, we had a wonderful, wonderful time. Our family around, lots of food, lots of drink. Okay, buddy. Yeah, then get home safely, buddy. I know it's a bit frosty. Hey, nice. So you're at 6140. So there we go. Yeah, 6140. Let me know when you're near there, then I'll have a look out for the lights. Yeah. Goose or duck. So I said, so Fishcop sent me a picture of his meal that he prepared for Christmas. A very, very nice looking goose. And I said it was a duck, but no. So it was a goose with knödel and Rotkraut. Lovely. How often have I seen this in my career? Unfortunately, now this is something I was actually pretty sad about. So I flew a lot to Canada and the US over the last 2 years of my career. And I've seen Northern Lights, but honestly, this bright, I've seen them maybe once or twice. So not that often, unfortunately. And there were a lot of flights. There were no Northern Lights whatsoever. None. Zero. Hang on. So, KV. Hang on. Let me stop. That's some throwback. So what's that supposed to do? Hang on. Let's have a look. Ooh. It's got music in it. Hang on, how do I get with music? Ah! No! No music! There we go. Copyright strike. So I flew 27 aircraft and almost 300 hours on VATSIM last year. It's not bad. I know a lot of you have more. I'm aware of that, but I mean, it's not bad. All right. Oh, really? Flying Fox VATSIM? Hang on. But you should be able to... Hang on. You're supposed to be able to do that. Permit. Let's have a look. So there we go. Flying Fox. Now you can post the link. Yeah, good question. I don't know why it's a Brazilian... So you mean I've now got some viruses? I don't know. Maybe it was a bad idea to actually... Who knows? Yeah. Okay. Now probably I leaked my CID. Oh no. Ay. Well, I didn't have to enter any passwords. Okay. So I mean, you could put in any CID in there, and it doesn't really help you. So I've got a couple of 777 flights, 737 Max flights, 321, but yeah, 320, 321 Neo. So definitely some action going on. So what else does it tell me? Oh, the airports. Oh, interesting. Frankfurt arrivals. So departures, arrivals. Munich, Stuttgart, Athens, Portugal. So Lisbon, Innsbruck. That's Nuke. Interesting. But hang on. So I visit 126 airports across the world. Okay. What else? The most common routes: Frankfurt, Berlin, Frankfurt, Athens. Twice I've been on Istanbul, Sofia, but that's actually a pretty even distribution there. Quotenwagner, you flew 191 hours, so I beat you. What, really, Ghost? You had 850 hours? Seriously? Well done, GG's. Wow, that's a lot. That is a lot. Yeah, okay, interesting. Yeah, interesting stats. Thanks for sharing. Ah, fantastic. I appreciate that. So, yellow. Volcano is exhibiting signs of elevated unrest above known background level. Okay. I appreciate that. That's cool. I'll save that. I've never seen that. Interesting. Okay. We'll save that. Thank you much. KV25. What do you want to post? Hang on. Hold on. Right. Go ahead now. You can post the link. Too much flying. Yeah. Oh yeah, but we just seen that, didn't we? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we've seen that. Cool. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hey Zipji.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you so much.
Box.
Thanks for the 6 months, Zipji. I hope you had a great time.
New subscribers should now pick up their
Now, obviously,
first class.
we've got people from all around the world, and not everyone celebrates Christmas. But I still hope you had a great time, great holiday time. If you have a chance to get some days off work or something. So hello to Zipji again. Thanks for the 6 months. Much appreciated, Zipji. Nice. Yeah. So, you know, we've been in the air for 5 hours now. Stressful, really, with the in-laws. So we have, well, we're blessed with young children in our family. So not my own children, they are grown up, but you know, we have some family members that have smaller children, and so it's interesting because I mean we've got 2 girls, so you know, they've been you know, different to what how boys play, and so man, it's you have to really save everything. You got to hide all kinds of stuff, like our vacuum robot, right? Got to hide that. Anything that's not really screwed on somewhere, like, you know, well, you got to hide it, right? So we literally we always move out, like the whole living room area is like, you know, completely cleared out, just so that you know, he doesn't find something to break or, you know, to throw and oh. Yeah, here it goes. No, Amunda's not this year. No, no. I did do the Santa for my neighbors, which was I'm a bad actor. I'm not a good actor by any means. So I don't know. No, I locked the room, so that's in the upper floor, and I always lock the door there. I can't risk that. Once he's older, let's say maybe 10, then yeah, then he'll be able to use it. And I'm sure then I'm going to be a really cool uncle, right? Because I you know, I have a flight sim, right? Yeah, it goes probably. But I mean, I did send off some hardware to the winners. But yeah, I agree. There's still a lot of looking at my shelves here, a lot of hardware stuff. So yeah, that is true. Sorry, Ghost. What do you mean? What exactly do you mean with how did what go? It was go. No, I mean, you know, I obviously I don't want him to get hurt. There's so many, you know, sharp bits. You know, it's metal. You know, I don't want him to fall and trip and hurt himself, right? You guys. Let's see, where is my... Hang on. Where's Discord? Discord. There you go. All right. Oh, really? Joey? Oh, I wish I had that one. Mine doesn't end with 711. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Quotenwagner. So, yeah, you know, when you have these high-pressure areas... And high pressure means air is dropping down from above. All right, so you get these inversion layers, and yeah, so anything that you do when you burn stuff, cars, any emissions, right? They stay enclosed, and then over time, yeah, the air can get really filthy. No joke, you will see that when you fly. So when you come from above and you fly, just before you get into that inversion layer. It's a really sharp edge, like it looks yellowish, you know, really kind of poisoned. So Voyager, there's still time. Voyager, there's still time to have them discover their true talent of becoming a pilot. There's time. No, we don't burn cars. I mean, like, you know, you burn wood and coal maybe, or you know, the industry, you know, pollutes the air. Cars, right? We don't burn cars, no. I'm not flying tracks today, so again, the flight plan that we have, let's see. So this plan is actually north of the track system. So that was the routing on the 22nd of December of the Papa uniform. And yeah, the track system was somewhere here. Right. And let me see, where's my flight plan? Where is my flight plan? Hold on. Downloads. Yeah, so the most northern track was 51 north. So that's 10 degrees further south than what we're flying today. Yep. So I'm not sure, a lot of you here weren't here at the beginning, which I don't understand. I mean, who sleeps in on Sunday mornings? Like, you know. So I did explain a little bit about ETOPS. Yeah. So I mean, again, this is the projection, all right? So if you take a look, so if you go under settings and go with Mercator projection, you see. That's how the routing looks like, right? It's completely curved, and you're thinking like, oh, that's not straight distance. Shouldn't this, the shortest route, shouldn't that be straight line? No, not on the Mercator projection, right? As we know, around at the equator, the scale is correct. But then as you move further north or south, the scale gets expanded. So that way, things like Canada, Greenland, etc., even Norway, Sweden, they look much larger than they are, right? So yeah, Great Circle navigation is more visible if you take the globe projection, right? And so now you can see it is more a straight line on the globe, right? And because if you depart, let's say if you depart JFK, well then you're going to be more over the Atlantic, and then yes, you'll be flying. The track system. Yeah, now look at Africa, right? So see how large Africa is, and have a look how large Greenland really is, right? So much more depiction of the real world. Yeah, so I talked about the 4 pillars of ETOPS planning. Like my own son, Amundos, until we're old enough to use my sim, he was very interested. Then when he was old enough and I was happy to have him share my aviation passion with him, his interest was gone. Really? Okay. Well, it's all right. I mean, that's the way it is, right? Okay, so Beethoven, yeah. I'll talk about the story where I'd flown to St. Petersburg in a 737. Must have been like 2009 or something, or 2011. We had 1,056 hectopascals, I think it was. 1,056, and that is high pressure. Yeah. And it was minus 25 degrees Celsius. And so in that combination, we had a very low density altitude. I'm gonna have to wait and see. I can't publish everything in here, unfortunately. I mean, I can have a look. I can take out some stuff, but we'll see. We'll see, Avimar. Okay. So yeah, when we talk about ETOPS planning, so ETOPS is one of those topics which is very theoretical. Hey, Icelandic aviator, hello to you. So it's a very theoretical topic where it always, as always, it revolves around regulations, right? So when you plan a flight with a 2-engine aircraft under ETOPS regulations, so extended twin engine operation, then you have to make sure that while you're planning your flight, you are taking in conditions that give you a bit more buffer than when actually flying, okay? So what they've come up with is like the 4 pillars of ETOPS, right? So you have your building made of 4 pillars to support that whole ETOPS procedure. So we have aerodrome regulations, weather regulations, fuel regulations, and aircraft regulations. Okay, so and if you go through the training, so when I went through the 787 training, at some point I had to learn and go through the computer-based training program for ETOPS. I think I did the CBT, the computer-based training program, I think 3 times, and I made lots of notes because it's just so much to take in. But to keep it a little bit simpler, there's a couple of very important things when it comes to ETOPS planning. So have a look at the aerodromes regulations, right? So when an airline gets the approval to do ETOPS operation with the aircraft, in our case 787, they have to look at the routing that they're usually flying with this aircraft, right? And ETOPS does not mean Atlantic or Pacific, i.e. long distance of water. Yes, correct. Over water, you are very likely to encounter a certain distance where you don't have a suitable ETOPS alternate airport. So you have no airport around you within like 180 minutes. So the 787 has a 180-minute ETOPS rating, so 3 hours. So it's allowed to fly 3 hours, single engine at level 100 to an alternate, right? Yeah, Sahara it could be, but we've seen it today actually. So even today, we had a case where our routing today is made up of 2 ETOPS sections. So we have one ETOPS section just north of Edmonton, going towards Iqaluit, right? That was one. And we have a second part, which we're in right now, as we speak. So I can actually do something. So let me enter those 3 waypoints here. So we've got 3 fixes I can put in. So let's go fix page here. Let's take the first one. So that's north 5. Oh, sorry, north 61 02.5, and then west 054 09.9. That's going to be behind us. So let's go. Can we do center? Here we go, center. There we go. So that was our ETOPS entry point there. That little circle. Okay. Then let's do the second one. So the equitime point. So the point where we have equal time back to Iqaluit and forward going to Keflavik. It's going to be north 6104.8 and then west 046 50.9. Which is already behind us. Right, so that was the entry point. That was the equitime point. And the exit point is north 6040. 44 actually, 0.3. And then west 03627.4. And there we go. So now you can see that we have three circles there, right? So we had the entry point, we had the equitime point, and now that we've passed the equitime point, if we have any failure of sort, we have to descend quickly, engine failure, decompression, we would continue to Keflavik. Now, what we normally do, we put in the airport, and then we put a circle around that with a diameter of 431, sorry, radius, not a radius of 431 miles. So you can see that's Keflavik, and that is a 431 mile range around that. Why 431? Because that's the 787 one engine operative distance it will fly in still air in 1 hour when flying single engine long range cruise speed, right? So it matches very nicely still that circle, right? Because whenever we are within 1 hour flight time, single engine. Oh, night shift fish cop. Okay, yeah, I wish you a quiet shift fish cop. Mach's gut. And so whenever we are within 1 hour flight time, then there's no need for ETOPS. Okay. So if we look at our chart, got another one here somewhere. Let's see. There we go. That's a bit better. So here we can see the green circles, right? So all those green circles are those 431-mile range rings around suitable alternate airports. So we can see initially we had plenty of airports in Canada around us, but then suddenly they got very, very scarce, right? There were no suitable airports between Winnipeg, Edmonton, and Iqaluit. Aviemar, yes it is, yeah. So that's why as soon as we get outside of these green circles, we are then under ETOPS regulations, extended twin engine operations, right? So once we get into that last circle that just drawn in, so once we're within reach of the Keflavik airport, then we can see that from that point onwards, we will remain always within 1 hour flight time distance to a suitable airport. So hence, there's no more need for any ETOP section in that area. Neither was necessary at the beginning, right? What about those red circles? The red circles are the 180-minute range rings. So that's the maximum we're allowed to do under normal conditions with the 787. So it is certified to fly single engine for 180 minutes. Now that obviously is a long distance, isn't it? Right? So we can see that with Iqaluit here, with Edmonton and Keflavik, no problem whatsoever, right? Yeah, that's Aviemar, 180 minutes. Yeah, 180 minute range. It is a Horizon mod, yes. Yeah, you can check it out. So let's pretend then, what would have happened if Iqaluit suddenly goes minimums? No, so Beethoven, the 1 hour, right? If you are always within 1 hour range, you don't need to do ATOPS. So let's say we had another airport here that's suitable, another airport here that's suitable. We could stay within our normal range, no ETOPS required. Right? Now, today we don't have that. We don't have a suitable airport here in Greenland. That's why there's a gap, right? So that's why I'm saying that when you get outside of the green circles, 1 hour circles, that's when you have to have ETOPS. And then when you do ETOPS, you have to always remain within 180 minutes. Those red circles, okay? So today, the only problem that could have arisen is that if suddenly Iqaluit goes below weather minimums, or let's say the airport has a power loss or something, there's no more ATC, no radar, or the fire brigade is on strike, whatever, right? So there's many reasons why an airport doesn't fulfill the requirements for an ETOPS alternate airport. Then that is gone, and now we can see there's a gap. There's a gap between the 180-minute Edmonton ring and the 180-minute Keflavik ring, right? This one here. And that will be a problem, right? So pre-planning, no go. You have to find a valid alternate airport. Now, you've got Halifax, you've got Gander, you've got Goose Bay, right? So hopefully one of these airports will fulfill the requirements to be eligible for a ETOPS alternate airport that day, right? Then you can substitute that. Now, something a lot of even myself had problems understanding is, how can it be that, let's say, we're flying towards India, right? How can it be that I've got an ETOPS section here, right, over Pakistan, or just south of Pakistan? How is that possible? Well, Also geopolitical. Yeah, exactly. Because simply said, is there's no suitable airports. There's airports around here, but maybe because, you know, Iran airspace closure, right? Or Pakistan being closed, right? Russia, whatever. So you may not have a suitable airport within 60 minutes reach, right? Hence, it can happen. It actually did happen. So the first time I flew to Mumbai, there was an ETOPS section there, right? And so as soon as you have an ETOPS section in your flight plan, yeah, exactly, 100%, you're correct, yeah. Just because, you know, for our company it's not suitable, some other airline, it may be suitable, absolutely, yeah. But nevertheless, so you have your ETOPS section, right? Now, as soon as you have that, prior to departure, you have to fulfill many different requirements, regulations, right? So, aerodrome, you have to have emergency services, navigation aids. It has to be relative to your planned routing. So the location has to be relative to planned route. Performance requirements, I mean, if it's an airport that's really high up in elevation, or it's surrounded by mountains, whatever, right? So a lot of things that require maybe a higher go-around gradient, climb gradients. These are the performance requirements you have to fulfill, right? Also, it has to have sufficient lighting. It needs ATC. Communications have to be available to a certain quality. Weather reporting has to be available, and then you also have to check the runway characteristics, you know, grooving of the runway, the width of the runway, slopes, etc., right? So, you know, before you consider airports being available for an ETOPS Alta airport, these have to be checked, including firefighting capability as well, right? And so the bigger the aircraft, the more firefighting vehicles and means you have to get that certification. Okay. So that has to be checked prior to having an airport being available in theory as an ETOPS Alta airport. If it's possible, you have a list of airports that give you then also the ETOPS Alta airports. Well, I mean, LH virtual, yeah. I mean, if that's possible, fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good point, right? Dispatchers. So while short-range flying, it's literally all done by computers and computer software. These long-range flying, especially the ETOPS flights, they still done manually, right? Because of the requirements. Right. Yeah, absolutely. Monitors. Good point. Right. I mean, an A380 is not really under the section of ETOPS, but we did find out it is under the what's it called? MPTO? MDTO? No. All these abbreviations. It is yeah, sometimes that's the thing. There's sometimes EDTO, but they're sometimes called LROPS. That's another definition I found. Is that FAA LROPS? Yeah. But again, even for 4-engine aircraft, 3-engine aircraft, they have also certain regulations that they have to fulfill, right? Now, I'm not familiar with the 3 or 4 engine aircraft. Haven't flown them for ages, so I'm not aware of that. Yeah, that's the problem. They all work with different abbreviations, Bernie. Yeah. No, so I can confirm that when you do automatic ETOPS calculations in SimBrief, it usually gives you some silly ideas, some silly airports. So today, actually, I forced SimBrief to take on Edmonton, Iqaluit, and Keflavik, and then it did work them out. Right? It did use that. So now we've got the 180-minute range ring. We've got the 60-minute range rings here. Yeah, you have to force, and you can do that in the SimBrief. You can select your airports manually, and also you can enter airports that you want SimBrief to ignore for ETOPS calculations. It does work. Yeah, PFPX has a better means, but not many people are using that these days. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, 777 driver. Again, you know, when it comes to how many minutes you are allowed to do ETOPS, so let's say the 787 has 180-minute ETOPS, part of that certification depends on the fire suppression system you have for the cargo hold, right? There's so many aspects that go into that whole ETOPS thing, it's mind-boggling. But now for the normal flight planning, for ETOPS flight planning, knowing that our 787 has been approved to do 180-minute ETOPS, we have to check those 4 pillars, right? That's interesting for us. Now weather limitations is a big one, because you have to take so many things into account, right? So for example, crosswind, including the gusts, plus minus 1 hour within the operational limits. Now, what does that mean? Now, on our flight plan, what we normally get is I don't have that here, is a time window on our flight plan. So not only does it give us the information for the entry, equitime point, and the exit points, it also gives us the airport informations and regarding the crosswind limits or crosswind components, headwind components, in a kind of table format that we can quickly scan, and then also see what time is the earliest time we could reach that airport and the latest time with normal cruise speed that we would reach that airport. And then plus minus 1 hour of that time frame, the weather conditions have to be within limits. Now, the big difference is the planning phase requires some additional buffer to your minimum that you have when you're flying. So if I take, for example, let's take Keflavik. No, actually, let's take Iqaluit. So Iqaluit has just one runway. It has a long runway. It's 2,600 meters long, 60 meters wide. But on the runway 34, it only has a Cat 1 ILS approach. And on the 16, it has a RNAV approach. Yeah, Flying Fox, have a good one. So the lowest minimum for runway 16 for the RNAV approach has a decision height of 578 feet, and the visibility it requires to do that approach is 2 statute miles. So let's say the wind is 160 at 20, so we can't fly the 3-4 approach because it's more than 50 knots tailwind. So we'd have to take that. Now, that would be the landing minimum. So if we're actually flying there physically in flight, then obviously that is our minimum that's governing, as long as other things like lighting, etc. is given. All right. Now, if you take that minimum for pre-planning, since it's a non-precision approach, you have to add 400 feet on the decision height and add 1 mile, 1 statute mile, to the visibility. And that means our weather conditions in the pre-planning phase has to be roughly 1,000 feet ceiling and 3 miles, 3 statute miles visibility to have that weather requirement fulfilled. Okay. Once you're airborne, right? So it says, so the weather minimums for pre-planning are valid or required until you begin your takeoff roll. So once you start your takeoff roll, then it's landing minimums. It's no more pre-planning minimums. Okay. Yeah. Also, you have to take into account runway conditions. So if you have snowfall, and in winter time, I can tell you, ETOPS in winter time is always more challenging, right? Because you have to take runway conditions into account. So break-in actions, then your landing distances calculations have to take that into account, right? Yeah, so that's the second pillar. That's the weather requirements, and you have to do that for all your auto airports, right? So my private kind of preparations that I did, and I've got lots of these different destinations. So let's say Montreal or Toronto, Minneapolis, whatever routing I'm taking, I'm already preparing all these airports privately because when things start happening, right, you have to be prepared. So it means as I'm flying along, I'm all just looking at the documents that I've made. I'm checking. Okay, here's Edmonton. Okay, they've got this. Let's say I'm getting a weather report, Equilit. It's now saying ceiling 700 feet and visibility, 2.5 miles. Then I'm like, oh, what's the wind? Okay, what was the minimum? So I can just quickly go through my documents. And yes, of course, I will check then the official documents as well, right? So initially to get an overview, and then of course I would go and check the official charts, right? I will go in here again and just make sure, okay, is that the correct minimum for the approach? Yes, it is. Okay, all good, right? Yeah, anything that helps you to make your life a bit easier. That's normally what I've done for myself. Right. Let's check the flight plan here. Hold on. Just hearing some sounds here. Maybe it's a cat fighting or something. Cat makes a lot of noise when they fight. Right, just checking the flight plan here from aviation. Where's your weather? Where's your charts? Where's your en route charts? Oh, there we go. So here we go. So you asked if that makes sense. Yeah, looks okay. So you got Dublin, you have Halifax. So again, that's a 60-minute rings, and that's Lachas, and that is with the 180-minute ring, and that's your ETOP section. So ETOP's entry point. Oh, sorry, that's the entry point. You're going from JFK to Munich. Yeah, so that's the entry point here. That's the exit point, and somewhere, depending on the wind, you will have your equitime point. Yeah. So yeah, I see that as being okay. Yeah. Don't see anything wrong with that. Yeah. So again, we check the weather. Okay, so that's the second pillar, the weather pillar. Then the next one is a fuel. Fuel is then another very, very complicated topic. So, of course, you have your normal fuel calculations, right, that you require: trip fuel, alternate fuel, final reserve fuel, the contingency fuel, and possible extra fuel, right? But on top of that, you have to do some calculations regarding your ETOPS segments. Now, for that, we have 3 critical fuel scenarios that we calculate with. The first one would be the engine out case, let's say. So it's a simple engine failure. So one engine out, you have to drift down, but you don't go to level 100 because you have no decompression, right? So you're going to fly at your maximum flight level, 1 engine operative. Then you fly with your 1 engine operative cruise speed to your ETOPS alternate. You may need engine anti-ice. So today, for example, we do need engine anti-ice. That has some additionals to it. That has to be included, right? So if I remember correctly, you would fly, so from the worst case point, pretty much the equitime point, if you like, then you have your engine out, descend, and then you fly to your dedicated alternate airport. Once you get there, I think there is there one holding? Then you do the approach, missed approach, and then a second approach. That's the fuel that you calculate. Yeah, at 1500 feet. Yeah, so that's how you calculate the fuel requirement just for that ETOPS segment to your alternate airport. The second case, and flame out on the runway. The second case is the decompression case. So you have a rapid decompression or decompression. You have to descend down to level 100 within like 30 minutes. And then you fly at the level 100 again with all engines to your alternate airport. Again with the same things like holding, approach, go around, second approach, and so on, right? Now, the worst case, obviously, is a engine failure plus decompression. How is that possible? Well, an uncontained engine failure potentially can have shrapnel going through the cabin, causing a decompression as well. So this is the worst case, right? Decompression plus engine failure. So you're flying single engine, not at your optimum level, but at level 100, creating a lot more fuel burn. And again, decompression, drift down, level 100, etc., etc., right? So on your flight plan, it will give you, let me find that here. Where's my calculations for that? Yeah, there we go. So on your flight plan, even on SimBrief, it will give you the conditions. And it's no surprise, on the 2-engine aircraft, it is usually the DX case. So engine out and decompression is the worst case scenario from those 3 that we just mentioned, right? So it will tell you from that equitime point, let's say here, the equitime point 1, which was on the first segment here near Thunder Bay, the fuel required, including some fuel for engine anti-ice here, right? That is 13,121 kilograms. Okay. Now, since that ETOPS point is very early on in your flight, you are definitely going to have enough fuel, right? So the fuel that we're going to have on board as we cross that equitime point is 29.771 kilograms, so 29,007 kilograms. So much more than we need for the ETOPS case. Now for the second equitime point here, it looks a bit different, right? We still need 1,100 kilograms roughly. 11,000 kilograms. But we're going to have about 18.4 tons. So still a buffer of about 7 tons. So that fuel requirement is all good. We are fulfilling that. So when does this become critical? It becomes critical when you have an ETOPS point at a very late stage of the flight and an airport that is far away from the routing. Then potentially you could get into a corner where you may not have enough fuel at that point to fly the ETOPS case. In which case, pre-planning, you have to take more extra fuel, right? To meet that requirement. And so as you fly along, you check your fuels, right? And make sure that everything is according to the planned scenario. So then the fourth pillar, the last pillar, is the aircraft itself. So anything technically that goes into ETOPS certification. So any MEL, if you have something broken on the aircraft prior to departure, you check your MEL, it can have a note in there that ETOPS affected. So there's three cases where ETOPS not possible. Then you have ETOPS possible but with restrictions, like maybe you have to take on more fuel. Or it could have check required prior to each departure. And that actually is something which is it could potentially be a problem, right? So let's say you have something wrong with tire pressure. So a tire pressure indicator is broken. So prior each departure, a technician has to measure the tire pressure manually. Now you divert. Well, it's more a case of them not being able to depart again. But there will be some cases where you have to have certain maintenance checks done prior to each departure. So ATOPS possible, yes, but restricted. So yeah, the fourth pillar, aircraft technical status affecting ETOPS, right? So once you've fulfilled every one of those pillars, right, then you can do your ETOPS flying. Yeah, and then practically, what you should do, obviously, when flying ETOPS is before you get to ETOPS part, make sure again that your ETOPS alternatives are still valid. So for us, especially regarding weather. So we check the weather conditions. So right now, we know that Keflavik had some high winds prior to departure, which could have potentially been limiting. Now, I'm just seeing that the weather's being injected again. So Keflavik right now has, yeah, wind has died down. It's only got 9 knots of wind. Broken 3,100, good visibility, plus 4 degrees. Right, so, yeah, Keflavik is fine, right? Also now that we are near Keflavik, IRL, I would feel quite relieved. Why? Because now I know there's always an airport within 1 hour flight time. Right? Because our ETOP section has ended. Right? That definitely makes things a bit easier. So let's take those out. So long-range flying is made up of mostly, you know, continuous monitoring, right? Fuel monitoring, time monitoring, also airport monitoring. But to say it's stressful, not really. So we can see Northern Lights. Oh, a bit behind us now. So we still have a bit of northern lights, but they are behind us. DT, what makes the difference between 787 MAX and Horizon? Well, the Horizon mod has a couple more features. I wouldn't say it's improving the add-on drastically, but I think version 2 of the mod will definitely be much better. So, you know, system-wise, CPDLC, so the communication stuff with Hoppy network, that sort of stuff. Now, if you're flying under VATSIM control, then then you know you would get your normal messages, just like in the real aircraft here, which is great because it has a fantastic auxiliary display here. So ATIS, clearances, they all pop up here in text form, which is great. Has every aircraft an ETOPS set? No, Beethoven. So example, our A320s didn't have ETOPS certification. Right. Are there A320s, A321s that have ETOPS? Yes. But again, they may have to have more expensive fire suppression systems, navigation systems. They may have to have HF. So our A320s didn't have HF radios. Right. They may need a different fans setup. So future air navigation system setup. So that makes it all more expensive. Hence, you know, if you don't need it necessary, then you don't have an ETOPS rating. Yeah, Geronix, again, I wouldn't trust SimBrief with any ETOPS calculations. So whenever I do ETOPS through SimBrief, I choose my auto airports manually. Well, Beethoven, I mean, assuming that each of these A350 is exactly has the same specifications from the systems, then each aircraft will still have to be certified individually by the Luftfahrtbundesamt. But of course, if it's all the same, the process will be much quicker. And then, you know, the pilots have to be trained, right? So, you know, ETOPS is also in regards of pilot training and pilot checking. Yeah, Avenger, exactly that. Yes, so I did several flights. I think I did like 10 flights to Keflavik with the A321s. And yes, that's correct. You do not need fans, or what is it? Bruno would know. Fans. I don't know exactly. So there's certain requirements for flying in the Shanwick area. But if you want to fly to Keflavik, right, what you can do is you can stay outside of the Shanwick Oceanic area. So you would fly to Matic or Ratsu, and then come from Scottish airspace straight into Reykjavik airspace here. You will still need a clearance. You're going to get an oceanic clearance from Iceland. That's still required, but you're going to have VHF coverage all along, and they even have radar coverage here. Do you guys know? Have you ever heard of the Spruce Goose routes? Do you know what that is? Are they gone? Really? What? No. Lol. they're gone. They create a new system. Okay. Now, so these routings were made over the to allow aircraft without proper certification to fly back and forth Europe and Canada, US on a certain routing system without having to have all those requirements to fly. So if you fly on the North Atlantic high-level airspace, so formerly known as the MNPS system, so you don't fulfill these requirements, then you would have to fly these along these spruce or blue spruce routes, right? Hey, Auyamar, thank you much gifting a sub to Geronix. Auyamar, thank you so much for that, really kind. Thanks so much. Round of applause for that. Auyamar, thank you so much. March 20th, 2025 disappeared. I did not hear that. Okay. But yeah, so that would be also an option. It would have been an option, and now it's a different system. I would have to read up on that. But that's how you would be able to get back and forth US to Europe. If you don't fulfill all these other requirements. Now, again, so the 321s or 320s, 319s, they can fly in the Iceland oceanic area, Reykjavik oceanic area, even if they don't have, you know, these requirements regarding HF and fans. Oh my god. Aviamar, thank you so much as well for gifting another 5 gifted. Aviamar, thank you very much for that. I'm just gonna have to check here. That's Aviamar, that's 70 gifted subs on the channel here. Thank you so much for that. Very kind. And all those that just been gifted. So Pickles, Jordan, Matze, Camo, Flying Fox, and Farcino. Please say a big thank you to Aviamar gifting you those subs. Aviamar, dankeschön. Thanks so much for that. Oh, really? Oh, no. So read up on it and then let me know when you understand it. Okay. Oh, no. No guarantee that I'll be able to understand it. Yes, it doesn't have to do with the Neo per se, LHA Virtual Aviation. It's not because of Neos or something. It's just because they don't have certain avionics to meet the criteria. J-Ronix, yeah, I mean it spans fairly far, so you can see that you have Bird Reykjavik here. Now, Greenland is a bit of a strange kind of area in the sense that it says in a nuke area. However, it is still controlled by, or at least you call them Iceland. Or Reykjavik, sorry, Reykjavik Oceanic. Right. So one thing is FIR, the FIR region, and then you have the Oceanic region. And the Oceanic region, regarding Iceland, does span a bit further. That's a really important thing for us. Hey, Brennald, wie geht's? I hope you had a wonderful Christmas, Brennald. Yes, I had a great time. Thank you so much. Aviamar, you have to drop off, okay? Dankeschön, Aviamar. Guten Deutsch as well, and I wish you all the best for next year, Aviamar. Stay safe, stay well, and have a great time with the family. Vielen Dank nochmal. Really kind of you. Oh yeah, look at that. So now we've gone from Gander Oceanic to Shanwick Oceanic. And normally, you know, you are locked into your CPDLC system. So any communication usually goes through CPDLC, not through voice. But here, at the boundary between Gander and Shanwick, we would have to call via voice. And here it will be HF. And, you know, quality-wise, not that good, depending on sun flares and atmospheric conditions, the voice quality can be very bad, or maybe sometimes you don't reach anyone at all. And usually given 2 frequencies, and so that way, yeah, you hand over from Gander to Shanwick. So normally you get a message through CPDLC saying at 30 West, contact Shanwick, HF primary 8891, secondary 11291, for example. And then, yeah, at 30 West, you would contact them through HF. And then they will give you a cell call check, right? Ding-a-ding-a-ding, right? And you get your cell call call button here. And then you would tell ATC, right, cell call received, so that you don't have to do listening watch on HF, because that radio is crazy. Guys, you know there's an HF frequency website. Does anyone have a link for that? Yeah, there was someone that had a link to that, so we could listen to some HF, but again, the quality is really bad, so. Brennell asks, or says, with regards to the livery, it would cost a lot of money, Brennell, that's for sure. Well, I like the livery, yeah, but to have all the aircraft like that, I'm not sure, because then it's nothing special. So I do like the fact that the livery, you know, that 100th anniversary livery is something very special. Right? I know you're not seeing the livery right now, but we are going to have sunrise about an hour before we land. So I've got an app that calculates the sunset and sunrise times, and so sunrise. Let's do that again. Hold on. What? There we go. So 23:30 we took off. So then flight time was 9 hours 3 minutes. Yeah, sunset was at 0013 UTC, and the sunrise is at 7:47 UTC. So 2 hours, exactly 2 hours from now, we should have sunrise here in the sim as well. That's 1 hour before landing. I agree, Brennell. The Lufthansa livery, the normal Lufthansa livery, is very boring. I fully agree. I agree with that. Mirzot, right now, no big issues. Yeah, it's still missing some of the systems and some of the FMS stuff, but overall, it's behaving very well. Okay, web SDR. Okay, let me just check. Web SDR. Hold on. But is that the... That's not the dedicated one for the North Atlantic system, is it? Hey Peter, yeah, but I have no receiver. I know you have, oh you had. But I have no receivers in that regard, no. Yeah, that's the Horizon 787 Brennell. Yeah, I'm still waiting for the version 2 to come out. So apparently they are implementing some new stuff in version 2. Emundos, what's happening? What are you doing? Hang on. Oh, so a question. You had a dispute with a fellow flight simmer who claimed that the 744 used speed brake armed for takeoff. Boy, that's a tough one. I would have to check. The easiest way to find out, though, Amundos, is do you have a like a taxi checklist or a before takeoff checklist? Because if that has to be armed, it would have to be on the before takeoff checklist. That would be my argument. If it's not on the checklist, it doesn't have to be armed. Just like on the 787, it'll come up automatically when you get thrust idle, and well, thrust idle should be enough, yeah, on takeoff. Bratpfanne is, but I know it's on the 737. Oh. Yeah, true. On the 737, you don't have that on the checklist either. You just get the config warning. Man, I don't remember, to be honest. It could be that a 747-400 has the same system as the 737 with regards to the arming of the speed brake lever. Potentially, it could be the case, yeah. Hang on. Beethoven, you are a member, right? A subscriber. You could post links anyways. So the only checklist that pre-flight, speed brake protected down, okay. The promise with the AI, now AI says you do not typically arm speed brakes for takeoff. But I'm always a bit cautious with yeah, so I'm also reading, so someone else, well, that's from a forum, no, not from a procedure guide. Tough one. I would have to check that manually. Right, let's see. Can you guys hear that? Yeah, you can, right? That's HF. Yeah, that's HF communications. So if you had to do listening watch, yeah, imagine that for 7 hours, right? So that's background noise from HF. So that's, you know, that's why you want to have a cell call check, so that can turn down the volume on that, because that's an awful noise. Now let's have it for a different frequency.
Welcome aboard the
belated holidays, smile.
Negative, hello to you. Yeah, Nick, I hope you had a wonderful Christmas. Happy holidays, yeah, to you as well, and all the best for next year, Nick. How did the move into the new flat go? Ooh. Right, let me just mute that. Let me find a HF frequency here real quickly. Hold on. So maybe we can actually listen to some real-world communications for a short while. Let's have a look here in North Atlantic. Do you have a link for that, Autofrost Blue? So 8879. 8879. There we go. Is that Mumbai? What?
Fly 1243. Mumbai radio, Mumbai radio.
Here is Mumbai radio. No joke. That is supposed to be a frequency for the Atlantic.
1243, maintaining flight level 300. Estimating Ritmo 1659. Belum 1719, Ramki 1728, and cell call Juliet Romeo Bravo call. Cell call Juliet Romeo Bravo call.
Wait for the cell call check. Do you hear that? Doo-doot. That's the cell call check.
Cell call check, okay.
Right, cell call check, okay. So that's how it's done. That's HF communications. So you can be glad if you're allowed to turn the volume down for that, and just have a valid cell call check. And then when the controller wants something from you, and they can't reach you through CPDLC, then they would call you through HF cell call. But you get the impression, right? You get the idea of how bad that communication is, right? And especially over India, over the Indian Ocean, you only have HF. But they do have CPDLC as well these days. But I mean, it's awful. It's really bad. So thanks a lot to Beethoven. I think it was you, right? Yeah, Beethoven. Thanks for the link. Appreciate that. So that was the Indigo flight from India to the Middle East. Yeah. The last time I flew from India back to Frankfurt, we flew very far south because of that was the day the US attacked Iran. So we flew to oh, what was that? It wasn't Chennai. It was well, somewhere in India. But we flew very far north, just north of Iran, and then yeah, through Afghanistan, Pakistan, which is always a challenge, and then come down to India that way. Now, on the way back, we couldn't fly that routing because the US was bombing Iran. So we got a routing over the Indian Ocean back, and then over Saudi Arabia, and then through the Mediterranean Sea. So we flew past Egypt, Cairo, and then to Frankfurt. But I remember that this part here, because so many aircraft were flying south here, it was impossible to get in contact with Mumbai. So all I did, I logged onto CPDLC and wrote them, hey, we're on the frequency, on the HF frequency, but you're too busy. So if you want something from us, here's our cell call us. But they only called us just prior to Muscat to give us the frequency for Muscat, and that was it. Yeah, they can be extremely busy. It's always kind of weird when you have passengers on the back, you know, full kind of, you know, internet connection, right? They can do internet calls, you know, and you're sitting in the front shouting into a microphone, trying to get in contact with someone on the ground. Just doesn't seem right. Oh, really? They Norway scrapped the FM network? Okay. Oh. And you need a right polarization antenna. Okay. That's outside of my knowledge. Cool. Yeah, we can see we progress. We've got a lot of progress now. Look at that. So we are now south of Iceland. Let's have a look for Shannon, shall we? So Echo India November. So let's put Echo November in there. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. So if I put a 431 mile ring around that, 1 hour distance, and then Keflavik should still be within reach, right? So if I take Keflavik, Kilo Foxtrot, another 431 mile ring around that. You see now, right? We are within 1 hour of each of these airports, right? And hence we don't need to do ETOPS here. And then from there we've got Dublin, we've got Liverpool, Manchester, Birmingham, you name it, right? So from here we always are within 1 hour flight time from a suitable airport. And if I have a look at the weather at Shannon right now, we have 340 at 7. Again, that's historical weather, okay? That's not live weather. I am flying with historical weather from the 22nd. So 7 degrees, 1013. So all good. The link is, it was published further up north. Well, what I did, I dialed in 8879 as a frequency. And 8879 is supposed to be frequency for the North Atlantic. But I mean, I've had situations where I was over Africa and I tried to contact some station in Africa, and I got a reply, but not from Africa. I got a reply from Mumbai radar. So yeah, Geronix, exactly. So the 787 has a still air distance, single engine, at single engine cruise speed of 431 miles. That's just a certified range. So that's why I put that in. Yes, of course, still air means if you look at the wind situation, you would have to adapt for that just a tad, right? But there's also some rules of thumb. You can work it out. And the Airbus has actually a feature in the MCDU. You can enter 2 airports. You can enter the average wind component, and then it will tell you the back again from the galley. Dinner is ready. Nice. What time is it? 1800 now. We just had I had lunch at 2, so raclette was way too much again. So I'm good. What has the galley been preparing today, Svenja? Oh, and Sven, tomorrow, I'm not sure if you can join, but tomorrow evening, probably around 7 German time, so 6 UTC, we may do a little short live stream on the cooking stream, our cooking channel, and preparing a salad. So it's gonna be a salad with red beet, so red beetroot, and chicken, and some lentils. No, Ghost. That will take years for me to get promoted to chef. Let's have a look. Hold on. That looks interesting. Hang on. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, equitime point. Yeah. That's a nice depiction here on the A350. Nice. So the Innie-Builds has that? That's cool. I know that the, I think the FENIX has it and the FSLabs. Oh no, the FSLabs doesn't, does it? I mean, I would have to check again, but I think FENIX has it. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, nice. But again, I mean, it's nice to have those systems that you can help calculate exactly these equitime points, right? But I mean, some normal common sense, right? If you see that's halfway point without any wind, okay. So so again, here is the halfway point. Now with 40 knot wind component, I guess the equitime point will be somewhere here. Right, so you don't have to do high mathematics to work that out. I mean, oh nice, you're doing escape game. You don't like auto beta? Well, you can do it with yellow beat as well. But yeah, there's all the topics. But cool. Okay, no worries, all good. Yeah, escape game. We did one with our daughters and my future son-in-law last year, which was great fun. And we did actually really well. We solved all the puzzles and got out, so. Really? So the A350 guys don't do that with the range rings? It's Boeing-ish. Yeah, I mean, it's again, it's just a matter of, situational awareness, really. It's spoiled by Airbus, yeah. Indeed. Right, I'm a bit worried about my fuel. So we're burning more fuel than what I thought we would. But currently we're still 400 kilograms above our min diversion. So, yeah, 4.1 is our min diversion fuel. So at the moment we're still okay. Yeah, it doesn't hurt, right? I mean. Hang on. We are going to be near London. Let's have a look. So, I'm going to be north of London, though, buddy. North. So we're not coming straight over London. Echo Golf Lima Lima. So there we go. That's near Roxat. So, buddy, I will be over Roxat. At 7:50. 1 hour 40 minutes, buddy. 1 hour 40 minutes. So 100 minutes. So you still have some time. No, Ghost. I actually thought that the fuel calculation was actually fairly accurate, but yeah, now I know better. He goes, yeah, so plus maybe 5% would have helped. Yeah, never mind. But I did actually add 2 tons extra fuel on my own account, so now I'm glad I did. Yeah, Rolls Royce, you need to add about 5%. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, buddy, take some catering. Excellent. Alex, really? 20 miles behind? Now, the thing is, though, I'm pretty sure that I can't see you on TCAS then. What's your Mac number, Alex? Then I'll slow down a bit. Where's my... Oh, where's my water? Forgot my water downstairs. Strobes on for spotting. Yeah, strobes on now. Checked. Excellent. Cool. Right. Let's check London as well. So London on the 23rd was easterly winds, overcast 1000, but yeah, good enough to land. What's Frankfurt doing at the moment? Frankfurt at 3:50 in the morning, they had still easterly winds, good visibility, overcast 1900, 4 degrees. 1014. Now I'm going to set hectopascals. I'll pre-dial 1014 already for the approach later on. Remaining flight time about 2 hours 50. 2 hours 50. So we're slowly getting there. It's going to be 07 Ghost. So the flight actually landed 7 right. Geronics, we did that because I like you all so much that I wanted you to have. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at your website there, LH Virtual. Nice. Yeah, I'll check it out for sure. Yeah, so we had a problem with the external views. The strobes are very bright, so you can see that with the northern northern lights. You see how that affects the northern lights simulation. Yeah, so that's why I switched them off. Alex, what's your Mac number? 85. Okay, so I'll tell you what, let me slow down. We'll go to 81 until you catch up, alright? Triple Stem Drive, you checked the spruce routes were replaced mainly by the Iceland-Greenland corridor. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you know, that corridor is there even for jets that that would maybe suffer some navigational issue. So let's say you have an IRS failure, and then you may not be allowed into the HLA, so the high level Atlantic system, and you don't have the fuel to fly below that system. Then who knows? Maybe you could fly the Iceland-Greenland corridor. Iceland-Greenland corridor. Greenland corridor. Let's have a look here. Yeah, but there, hang on, that's still Bruce. Yep, so it... yeah, it does talk about the replacement there. The replacement routings, yeah. Changes 2025. No more blue spruce routes. Blue spruce routes are being removed, so aircraft with only one long-range navigation system will have to go via the Iceland-Greenland corridor instead. Okay. They call it GOTA. G-O-T-A. Interesting, yep. So no more spruce, blue spruce roots. Alex, you got a fully loaded A350. GG, I have no payload. We call it goat. I know, right? Oh, I tell you, man, there's so many things that took me so long to finally get my head around. And then, like I said, then I understood it finally, and then they changed it. I think they do that on purpose. Right? They do it on purpose so that we don't feel comfortable. Right, I think I may need one more coffee, guys. I'll have a quick coffee break. Quick toilet break. And then we're up for the last 2 hours of flight. I'm going to check if there's a Christmas cookie still available. Right. Don't touch anything. If something breaks, call me. I'll be back in about latest 10 minutes, guys. Just a quick 10-minute break. Oh, hang on. There's one more picture. Hold on. Nice. A350 sunset. Beautiful. Lovely. Okay, see you in a few minutes. I won't be long. 10 minutes. I'll be back. I'll be back. So we're back. Nice cup of coffee. Nice. Right, let's see. Cool. Looking good. Fuel-wise, 4.5. Okay, so we're still doing okay with the fuel. Let's see. Is there anything we can optimize? VNAV. Optum 430. Now the question is it worth it? Now, what time? Well, we can request new wind data. Let's have a look. Green Dot Foxtrot. Yeah, I did fly Frankfurt Munich a couple of times. So yeah, I mean, I even have a video recording. Now the problem is though. Hold on. Oh. Now we'll leave the stream running. I'm not going to restart it. So I have one more option to do a third segment for today's flight, but we'll leave it running now. It's fine. Studio. Yeah, we'll ignore that for now. We're fine. You mean down here? This one here? That's a frequency transfer button. Right, so if I go, 12550, let's say. Oh, we got to, yeah, you have to add the decimal here for some reason. All right. Yeah, transfer the frequencies. On the MCP. Hang on. I mean, the only transfer I know is the ICAS transfer. Oh, this one. Okay, good question. So that's a really cool feature. So if ATC gives you, let's say, a speed instruction by a CPDLC, so let's say they tell you to maintain, a certain Mach number. The system reads it, understands it, and then puts it into the bottom side of that display there. The same for the heading, the same for the altitude. And then you can press transfer, and it'll transfer the pre-selected speed or altitude and make it active. Yeah, that's a really cool thing. So again, everything regarding frequencies. So if you got a frequency change through CPDLC, it'll preload it down in the scratch pad, and here for the altitude, heading, and speed instructions. That's a really cool system. Victor, glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, so that was a very nice last takeoff there. Great memories. Best way to make the pilot lazy, indeed. Yes, we have committed. I mean, we could check the weather again. I know the weather is nice in Frankfurt, but let's do that again. So let's check the weather. Frankfurt currently is 050 at 9, 1014, 2000 overcast, so no threats. And Nürnberg, the alternate, currently, even though we can't really reach it. Now, what we could do, we could have a look at the fuel value for Stuttgart. So let's have a look here. So there we go. So what we have here is So Stuttgart will take minus 100 kilograms as an alternate, and Cologne would take plus 100. So Stuttgart would be 100 kilogram less. Now it's not really a game changer. But theoretically, if we took Stuttgart as the alternate, so that way we would only need 4 tons. Then we will be legal again, right? So, but hey, I mean, you know, the weather, 2 runways, or actually 3 runways, but 2 landing runways available. I would take Frankfurt as the alternate in this case. Philip, it's called Chase Plane from Parallel 42. Oh, Senshai. Another question for you. I know that you are knowledgeable on the MD-11 from, was it MD-11? No, not the MD-11, the Mad Dog, Mad Dog X. And there was an update, and I thought finally we get failures, but they haven't implemented failures yet, have they? Snowshoe, I would have to do more testing. I only installed Active Sky 2 days ago because of the historic weather. So I'm using the weather from the 22nd, no actually it's the 23rd now in the morning, simply because I wanted to do the reenactment flight. It's a delivery flight of this beautiful livery. And so that's why I decided to go with the Active Sky. I have to do more testing, to be honest, regarding live weather to see if the cloud depiction is better. True Ghost, Frankfurt Hahn as a fuel alternate would also be okay. Did you ever see wild animals taking off for landing in Africa? No. I've seen some animals on the runway, foxes on it. Oh my god, Captain Chaos! Oh wow. Oh my god, 20 gifted subs! Captain Chaos! Jeez! Oh! Oh my god, that list goes on and on. That is incredibly generous. And one thing I have to do, and maybe I have to ask Tenshai to help me with that, I want to do a different sound alert for those gifted subs. Because Sim Caesar does that as well, and he has some wonderful music and songs with that. Yeah, but I have to do some different sound sets for you guys that are so generous. So Captain Chaos gifting 20 subs. Now everyone that just been gifted, please say a big thank you to Captain Chaos for that. Captain Chaos, vielen Dank. That's so generous. I'm just checking. Wow, okay. So Captain Chaos, once again, thank you very much for the amazing support. You have been a huge supporter of the channel. Thank you very much for that. And let me also take the opportunity again before things get too hectic later on. Also to thank the Maxi, Aviomar as well, Savusa, and LH Virtual as well for you guys for your gifted subs today. Thank you so much. Everyone, a big round of applause again. Thank you very much for that. Vielen Dank. Have you ever diverted? Yes, I've diverted a couple of times in my life, yeah. Luckily, never on the 787, but I did divert 2 or 3 times on A320, and I think twice on the 737, and then a long time ago on the 747. Now, Alex, is that you? Hang on. Let's get the binoculars out. Did you just overtake me? $19:30. Okay, you're a bit behind schedule, buddy. Oh, hang on. 19:30. What time is it? 50 minutes. Actually, no, that's actually not bad. So I have an estimate of 39. About an hour. Yeah, I have an hour flight time, buddy. So that sounds pretty good. Ops. Hang on. Yeah, he undertook me. That's true. Okay, you're right. Yeah, the sounds are... I dialed the sounds up a bit earlier. Sorry for that. Let me see if it's better now. Hang on. And then I can do... Hold on. Is that better? Perfect. Okay, thank you. The OAT keeps dropping. Oh, wow. Minus 66 degrees. Another thing with the 787. Now, with minus 66 degrees on the 747, on these transatlantic flights, we often get an issue with the fuel temperature. On the 787, the way the aircraft is built, we don't have any issues on the... Hang on. There we go. On regarding fuel temperature. So that's actually pretty accurate. So minus 6 degrees only, even after 8 hours flight time. And that is correct. Yeah. Yeah, it could be. So the thing really, what could be is it could be that the tropopause is climbing. Let me have a look at the vertical profile chart there. Yep. So you see, potentially, look at this. So at level 410, look at this, minus 57, minus 63, minus 67. So it's not a bug. This is actually correct. And it has to do with the tropopause climbing up. So when the tropopause is low, you tend to have lower outside temperatures at higher altitudes above the tropopause. But as the tropopause climbs up, you'll find that the temperatures near the tropopause, even though that you're above the tropopause layer, will also get much colder. So you've got minus 69 here, getting close to operational limits here actually. So that is pretty cold for sure. But normally the flight envelope would be safe until minus 70 degrees Celsius. Oh, I just got some dirt on my glasses there as I couldn't believe the Captain Chaos gifting 20 subs there. Let me just clean the glasses here. Captain Chaos once again, vielen Dank, man. 20 gifted subs, incredible. So generous. Flying through the air sound. Not sure what you mean. Oh, so you mean the environmental sounds? Right, 3 minutes to sunrise. So we did calculate 7:47. And I think we should be pretty close to sunrise right now. Let's see. Someone should invent glass with wipers. I'll be one of the first to buy it. Green Dot Foxtrot. Probably not. The thing is this. So, to become an instructor, you have to do a tremendous amount of studying. Because you owe that to your pupils, to your students, right? So, and you have to be very committed if you are an instructor. And at the moment, what I love doing is I love to spend time with my family. I love to spend time with you guys. So I love, you know, flight sim streaming. I'm quite fond of the cooking streams. I really enjoy those as well. And then, yeah, we do a lot of traveling. So honestly, and then I would do some normal PPL flying as well. So right now I'm actually extremely busy, and so at the moment I have no plans of becoming an instructor. Yeah. Exactly, I'm instructing you guys, aren't I? So in principle I'm already doing that. No, but seriously, I have a huge respect for instructors. So I've said it on my retirement stream, that I owe so much to my instructors that I've come across throughout my career. I've learned such a tremendous amount, and they've been so committed and so passionate in how they go about instructing other pilots, that I really feel that I owe them a lot. And so, you know, if I want to become an instructor, I would put myself, you know, under extreme pressure to make sure that I fulfill that role of being an instructor, right? So I wouldn't take it lightly, right? The wipers on the 777 do have a speed limit, not to my recollection. They do have on the A320. Is it 220 knots to 10 knots to 30 knots, somewhere in that region? But I'm not sure about the 787. I don't think so. But I can check. I can tell you in a second. Give me a second. Where's my 787? Oh, there we go. Search. So, contents, limitations, 787. System limitations. That will be under ice and rain. Nope. So it has a limitation for engine anti-ice. It has a limitation for wing anti-ice. But there's no limitation for wipers. If someone else has some other information, please let me know. But to my knowledge, no limitation regarding windshield wipers on the... Oh, look at this. Man, look at the time. 7:48. Eh? What did I tell you? Sunrise. No. I keep I keep surprising myself.
Now that's how pros do it.
Well, I mean, I have to say it's just an app, right? So it's an app called Sunrise Cockpit. So that told me at level 410 on the 22nd, sunrise is at 7:47 UTC. So there we go. There you have it. The app, so 777 driver, unfortunately, somebody just checked and they took it off the store. Which is a shame because it's a great app. I can check again. Hang on, App Store. App Store. Sunrise Cockpit. Nope. So it's not there anymore. It's a minute late. I'll take that. 1 minute late. Yeah, I have a star. So Starry Nights. Okay, what's it called these days? Hold on. Star. I know I have an app for that. Yeah. Yeah, iPhone. Yeah. Alex, okay. Yeah, we have landing in 50 minutes. 50 minutes, Alex. Now, let me check. We can't see each other here on the... let's go transponder below. Oh, it doesn't do below here, unfortunately. Right, where's my sun visor? Ugh. Don't have a sun visor here. As beautiful as sunrises are, now it's like, ugh. It hurts. Oh, really, Peter? Oh, Peter, thank you so much. Hold on. Let me check. Hold on. Peter, thank you so much for that. Now, you gotta be careful. There's also a Sunrise Cockpit website that has nothing to do with the app. I don't find it. Peter, would you have a link for that, please? That's true. Yeah, I agree. 748, the sun was already over the horizon. Yeah. So 747 was perfect. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, Boeing and the sun visors have always been terrible. Right, we're going to get ourselves direct DIGSAT. So we have a good controller here. A beam point's not available here on the Horizon mod. Yeah, we are a little bit tight on fuel. We're still okay, I mean, but we are in the region of getting more and more towards minimum fuel. Now, I don't think we're going to be landing below 30 minutes final reserve fuel, because that's 2.4 tons. We're not going to get below that, but oh, let me do this. Let me get some of that. Oh, yes, please. Ah, how beautiful. Right, let me get my face out of the way here. Oh, yeah. So gorgeous. Look at the wing flex on that. So elegant. Yeah, no, I think you misspelled the link, Peter. Can you check again, please? Look at that. So nice. The publisher, let me check, Sapphire, hang on. Well, it's just got a name. It just says Sunrise Cockpit 3.1. Hang on. Copyright. Credits. Copyright. Impressum. There we go. Impressum. Oh, look at that view. Wow. Now that link is broken. No, that link to the Google account is broken, so... Yeah, the name is Thomas Müllner, yeah. But, yeah, so Sneaky, I mean, right now, you see, we have the issue that our minimum diversion fuel is 4.1 tons. So that's the fuel that we need for from the missed approach point of Frankfurt, climb up to the cruising level for the diversion, fly the routing towards Nuremberg, do the approach there and land. And then we would touch down with at least 30 minutes remaining fuel. Okay, so the final reserve fuel. So we need the alternate fuel plus final reserve fuel, which is in our case today 4.1 tons for Nuremberg. And yes, you are correct. Now that we're dropping below that, we already changed to Stuttgart, which saves 100 kilograms. So now the min diversion will be 4.0 tons. But again, we've dropped below that. So now we have only two options. One would be to do a refueling stop now. Let's say we landed at Amsterdam to refuel. Or two, we look at Frankfurt Airport and look at the weather there. So we would have to look at the historical weather, obviously. So Frankfurt currently has 050 at 9, overcast 2000, and good visibility. Now, there's no snowfall, there's no fog in the forecast, no thunderstorms, so there's no threats, okay? Weather-wise. And for the airport itself, the airport has at least two separate runways. So we could land on 07 left, and we can land on 7 right. And they're not crossing, so they are completely two separate runways with two separate approach procedures. So that now allows us to take Frankfurt as our alternate airport. So Frankfurt is going to be destination and alternate in one go, okay? So we're doing a commitment to destination airport. Is it elegant? No. Because you have a risk with that. And let's say, for example, you have an A380 flying towards Munich. Let's say they're over Amsterdam and they want to go to Munich, but they have an emergency. And that A380 has to land in Frankfurt. And then all the fire rescue services, they need it for the emergency, for the A380. And then they would have to close the airport. Or, quite an actual topic right now, there's a drone sighting. They're closing the airport because of drone sighting. Now what? Now you have to pull out emergency authority and tell ATC, hey, I don't care about your drones. Give me a runway. I need to land. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Right? Fuel. Whatever. Right? So, but you don't really want to put yourself in that position. Right? So to say we take the destination as the alternate and do a commitment. Well, you have to understand the risks that go with that. Okay. And it's not an elegant solution at all. Is it legal? Yes. Not elegant, no. I don't know what you mean, Virtual Pilot Live. So the quality wings, 787, is that what you mean? You got only an error about range. So, not sure what you mean. Yeah, I know, right? It is beautiful. Let me just do that here. Nice flyby. Yeah, Pete, no worries. Okay, well, thanks for trying, no doubt. Yeah, I think he took everything off the websites, so that it's unfortunately not longer available. But there should be another app. I mean, I doubt that there's no more apps available to calculate, you know, sunrise and sunset times. What a beauty. I have to say, if I'm really sad about something, is not being able to fly that IRL. That is something I'm a little bit sad about. Guys, we have to prepare for the landing. Second best lift delivery. Yeah, well, I mean you mean the A321, the retro livery? That's also great. Yeah, I agree. Good, guys. We only have like time flies when you're having fun, right? 40 minutes before landing. So let me have a look. So weather-wise, we did say Frankfurt Airport is good, no threats. So we decided to take Frankfurt as our alternate airport, no diversion. Yeah, fuel situation, not optimum, but we'll see. Expect a shortcut. So what I am expecting is a OSPOL direct to Delta Fox 660. So what we could do also, IRL, you could contact your company and then say, is there a possibility to get us swapped with someone else in the sequence, to make sure that we get you know, OSPOL and then direct to final, and they could talk to ATC, and if they play ball, then yeah, you could do that. I'm just wondering if I think EAN approaches are possible on the Horizon mod, right? So that integrated approach navigation. So I do expect to approach, look at the approach with the GLS. Not IAN, I mean GLS, not ANAF, GLS. That's one. So GLS 7 right. Yeah, we're going to try that. If that doesn't work, we'll switch to the ILS. Okay, so I'll get both charts out. Okay, GLS not simulated. Okay, we'll try the RP. Okay, so we'll try the RP approach next one. So we'll try the. I keep trying until one day someone says, "Yeah, GLS is simulated." Oh, and buddy, sorry, you asked regarding the arrival route. It's Dixat 1 Delta arrival, but I'm gonna shortcut. Yeah, 3.1, Peter, exactly. Yeah, 3.1 version. That's the latest I've got. Yeah, correct. Good. So what we're going to do is we're going to select the ILS 7 right. There it is. Execute. So I'm going to again get that out. And then we'll do OSPOL vectors. And then it's going to be, I think, also 660, right? Yeah, there we go. Execute. Cool. So we are flying The RMP Zulu 7... Oh, hang on. Did I... Oh. I'm getting tired. Because I'm eager to find out if the Horizon mod does simulate the RMP approach. So RMP approach. That's what we're going to fly. Right, I think I got it now. Minimum Delta aircraft 720 LNAV VNAV. We're not allowed to do LPV here on the 787. At least maybe now they are, because we were planning to implement LPV operations in the 787, but I did never have that. So then we want a minimum. What do we say? 720. So let's dial in minimum 7. Oh, that's fast. Ooh. Wow, that's a weird logic. Okay. So we're going to fly the approach. Starts out of Delta Fox 660, has a 3-degree profile down. Let's check that here in the page as well. Yeah, 3-degree down. Distance is about 9 to 10 miles. Oh, so that's 11 miles. So 11 miles, correct. 11 miles is correct. Minimum's 720. Missed approach. 675, max to 20, 278, max to 20, course 87 to 5000, then turn right, 220 maximum, direct to Foxtrot Kilo Sierra. Yeah, all correctly programmed, so we can fly that in LNAV. MSA 4,300 feet, and then after landing, we will vacate. We will vacate Mike 9er, then cross at Mike 8, and we'll taxi to. Well, hang on. Disregard. No, we are going to deliver the aircraft to maintenance. So we'll vacate to the right, Romeo 7, and then we go Romeo, Sierra 25. Sierra 27 to the hangar there. Non-standard today. That's what we'll do. Cool. Excellent. Alrighty. Okay. Let me put Frankfurt in here. 194 miles. Excellent. Alright. So down here it says 100. Very nice. Okay, buddy, thank you much. My wife doesn't. Hey, Kiwi Flyer, greetings to New Zealand. Oh, nice. You're gonna go to 787 IRL. So you actually going to train on the 787 IRL? Okay. I mean, this is not a bad mod. So you need the 787-10 from Microsoft, which is in the is it in the deluxe version? I think it's in the deluxe version. And then once you have the 787-10, you can get the 787 mod from Horizon, and then it's premium deluxe even. Okay, so premium deluxe. Thank you much, Geronix. And then you can get the Horizon mod, which is free then. But again, you have to get the premium deluxe version first. No, this is 2024. Gilend. Yeah, it does work in 2024. Okay, you can also buy it. Okay, great information. You can also buy it directly from the store. Okay, excellent. Thanks, guys. So Kiwi, no need to get premium deluxe. You can get the mod directly from the store. Yeah. Okay. Cool. The marketplace. I mean. Hey, Dave. Hey, Dave. Happy. Hope you had a great Christmas. And Dave, I wish you all the best for next year. It could be, so you have to do some reading. Yeah, Kiwi Flyer, maybe, yeah, you have to have the 2020 version. Yeah, make sure you check it out. But the thing is this, so the aircraft basically will give you some basic options to train a little bit, like, you know, the checklist system, getting to grips, getting to know where the switches are, okay? But system-wise, it's not really in-depth, okay? So be aware of that. So regarding abnormals, I wouldn't say it's a good training tool, no. But nonetheless, I mean, I did use that mod a little bit for my own training, 3 years ago. But yeah, be aware, it is basic. Yeah. And I wish you all the best, Kiwi. So I transitioned as well from the A320 series on the 787, and you're going to enjoy the 787. It's not a typical Boeing aircraft. So the fly-by-wire system is fantastic on the 787. You're going to enjoy that. Hey, Pod! Greetings to you, Pod. I hope you had a great Christmas season. Hope you had a very enjoyable time with family and friends. And Pot, I wish you the same. I wish you all the best for next year. Stay well, stay healthy. Yeah, so Pot, they have the teams, so they will send over one team. If you want, there is a documentary. I know it's in German language, but if you activate the translation, you can at least read what they're saying, and they're kind of showing how that pickup is being done on a 787. So yeah, they take their crew. They have mechanics. They have experts for the cabin. They have lots of test pilots, normal pilots, and so yeah, normally those people will then pick up the aircraft after everything's done, contract signed, and then they would take the aircraft back, and the people that were in the team, they would then fly back home. Yeah, free seating. We're about to start descent, guys. Can you believe it? 8 hours and 33 minutes after takeoff. We're almost there. Always amazing that even a long-range flight, even a 9-hour flight, comes to an end at some point. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so let's do some more cinematics here. With that bad internet connection, Ghost, I don't think that works. What a beautiful aircraft. Kiwi, you get used to it. You get used to it. That's a nice viewpoint as well. A 17 hours flight? No. What's my all-time favorite airplane? 747. So 747-400. Yeah, and the cockpit windows are huge. So what I really enjoyed is the beautiful view here. Right, let's activate my Toby. Good. Right, let's prepare for descent. So let's dial down. Let's go down to level 200 initially. And then we'll do the descent items, although let me just check here really quickly. So let me do the calculations here. It doesn't have landing calculator? What? Okay, well anyways. So we're going to take the Mike 19er exit. Oh, sorry, is it? No, Mike 9er exit. So we're going to take auto brake 2. We'll do a flap 25 landing. So descent items, flaps 25, auto brake 2. Here comes the recall check. Oh, look at that. Now we have 4.1 tons of fuel. So now we're even within legal limits again. So that's fine. And then we'll do the descent checklist. So descent recall checked, auto brake 2, landing data VREF 133, minus baro 720 feet, approach briefing completed, descent checklist complete. I have to say that Toby is actually not bad. So it's called Toby Eye Tracker, but it's also it's a head tracker as well. So I've deactivated the eye tracking because I find that a bit distracting here in flight simming. So, but the head tracking works nice. Is the 787 good? It's okay. And I have to say, now I don't want to jinx it, but I mean, we're flying for almost 9 hours now. And I've had no issues. So I would say it is good, yes. It's not your PMDG or FENIX level of detail, but still, I mean, it's fun to fly. Crudy Fruity, no, I've got it set down below the monitor, so I have a very big TV screen as my monitor, and so I've put it down below the screen where you're supposed to put it down with the normal magnetic strips. Best freeware? Not sure. I mean, there's also so many good freeware add-ons. But I wouldn't say the best, no. But still, it's, you know, I mean, again, it's freeware. Yeah, FlyBy is also freeware, very good. Yeah, they would be much better, of course. You know, if you're honest. But I am happy to have an aircraft resembling the 787 to a certain degree, with great visuals. I mean, let's face it. And so looking forward to the version 2. Let's see how. So the only downside is the ground handling. So on rotation, it's way too sensitive. But hand flying when you're in the air, I think it's okay. But we'll see. We'll see how it lands in a few minutes. I have tried the Bravo airspace, but maybe it's been a while, so maybe I would have to try it again. No, so Iceberg, I've only tried today with the active sky weather because I'm using historic weather from the 20th. Well, now it's the 23rd in the morning. Because that's when this aircraft was actually delivered from Seattle to Frankfurt. So this very, aircraft had the uniform with this anniversary livery. So that's why I wanted to reenact, and that's why I used active sky historic weather. I don't know. Right now, I would say no. I don't know. But again, it's Iceberg. It's not fair really to comment from just one flight. I think you would have to go through, and check many different weather scenarios so that you get different cloud layers, etc. Seven right, yep. Buddy, 7 right, and I'm planning to land in approximately 24 minutes. Hayden, hello to you. Hope you had a great Christmas. Okay, let's descend flight level 110. So currently we are away from Frankfurt 90 miles, 27,000 feet. Should be good. Yeah, we should be fine right now. So VNAV, I would agree that is accurate. Yeah. Alex, welcome back. Yes, indeed. I'm not sure where you are, Alex. But yeah. Oh no, that shouldn't happen. Hang on. Not sure why it's slowing down that much. Let me check VNAV. Yeah, so this is wrong. So it should not it should not reduce speed here. You're behind me, okay? Just past Dixon. Oh, really? Okay. Well, they're not far behind then. No, anti-cooperative. No, unfortunately, I never had the opportunity. So mostly our management pilots and instructor pilots will do those delivery flights. I mean, you have to realize that a lot of our instructors, they have separate ratings, so they are allowed to do maintenance flights and maintenance test flights. And so those would be the pilots that would do these delivery flights. Hat tricks. Well, I mean, the quality wings had a few things better in the FMS. I think it had the vertical situation display as well, which is missing here, which is a shame because it should have the VSD. Hey Yoda, lecker! Jawohl! Aviation driver, hello to you as well. And
Yuval, almost Christmas.
Almost Christmas, yeah. Yoda, I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, and hope you had a great Christmas time. Maybe new bike? New wheels? What did you get? Break to vacate, Geronix, yeah. But isn't there rumors? I'm not sure if Bruno said something about potentially Boeing planning to implement break to vacate. But I could be wrong. But that's definitely a great feature. Absolutely. Only new shorts. You know what, Yoda? Yesterday, no, 2 days ago, it was -4 degrees. And I saw someone on a racing bike. And serious question, Yoda. How on earth do you keep warm at minus 4 degrees Celsius, riding at like, 30 kilometers an hour? I don't know how I did it. The 777X has it. Okay, nice. GG. So there we go. 777X has it. Cool. You're riding indoors like me. Yeah. That's the way to go. Really? Shorts above the knees. And slippers, good God. Is that like supposed to be, I don't know, like shock training or something? Is that supposed to be healthy? I can't imagine that. It's not called brake to vacate, no. Brake to exit. Imagine that. Of course, it has to, they have to name it differently. Brake to exit. Exposure training, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. No way you did not. Mate, they had to have wetsuit, right? Yeah, I mean, blimey. Oh, and Cargo Pilot, did you get back okay? Because I heard that some of the ferries, they couldn't go because of the wind or something. The brake to exit sounds stupid. It sounds different. Really? The auto brake selector is a rotary with no physical labels. Oh, nice. So Kruti, before you went down, Kruti Frutti, lived in Bodo, Norway for 6 months. Moved back in January, traveling over Mount Pass. Oh my God. So Kruti Frutti, my wife and me are planning to go on a trip on the Havila. Is it called Havila ferry? So it's the counterpart to the Hurtigruten, and we'll do that beginning of February. So we're going Bergen all the way up to Kirkenes, and then go back to Bergen again. 12-day round trip. I'm so excited. I mean, the only thing my wife is worried about is having warm clothes. So she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna wear. I don't know what to wear." What we have minus 30 degrees Celsius, right? What's a cruise ship tunnel? What's that? I've never been on a cruise ship. I've been on a ferry, but not on a cruise ship. And Cargo Pilot, you went on Niedrigwasser, low tide, and some ferries couldn't drive, but you managed to get home. Nice. Some ferries were cancelled. Yeah, that's true. They have a Fahrrinne. Yeah, that's true. Oh, they have a tunnel for ships. It's not built yet. Okay. Well, no, then probably not. Yeah, what I want to see the Northern Lights, and also being and near the polar circle in wintertime. Yeah, I want to do that. Yeah, I know, right? So I'm looking forward to it. So they do have some longer stops at certain towns like Tromsø and Øresund, I think. So there you can actually do some expedition stuff as well. So we hope to do some sledge riding. Oh, really? He's planning to a 15-minute firework. Nice. Good. Let's get some radar vectors. So let's pretend we're now heading 160, descend 5,000, altimeter 1014. Here comes level change. Start to get speed back 250. Idle power. $250. Cool. One more check with the weather here in Frankfurt. 1014. 5 degrees. Overcast 2000 still. Okay, cool. So let's have a look. We are 30 miles away. Speed is coming back, so we should be okay according to my calculation. I'm going to put this up here, and the inbound is 06 6 degrees. So 66 degrees. See if that works. Execute. Yeah, almost. Cool. Right, Arnav Zulu is tuned in. So I've got a weather change now. Now that's something. Is that active sky related? I didn't really see the cloud. I mean, maybe there's a setting you could change that so that it changes the cloud layer right now. That looks a bit strange. But I'm not an expert with active sky by any means, so I'm hoping to try Ian. Yeah. Insufficient fuel. We are going to land below the 4 tons. So we already committed to Frankfurt. So in case of missed approach, short pattern, we stay in Frankfurt. We don't divert. That's really annoying with the clouds here. I've never seen that with just using Microsoft Weather. Amazed that you had the same yesterday. And I know there's settings where you can change. You can switch off the weather updating at a certain point. But that's annoying. That's strange. Yeah, anti-cooperative here in the Boeing, you don't have to do opposite. You just enter the inbound course. Right, let's get some lights on. Seatbelts. And now that we're going to set Q and H, we'll do the approach checklist. Altimeters. QNH 1014. Approach checklist complete. At least it's stopped now with the cloud changes. Good. We have 1,000 feet to go. Let's go vertical speed. Starting to do speed 230. Buddy, where are you now? In the approach or? Okay, so active sky weather control menu. Does that work for historic weather as well? To passive mode options. Is it general options? Yeah, maybe you could tell me after landing, please. Yeah, but again, yeah, that's true. Cloud surfing? How cool. Dave, thank you so much for 27 months, Dave. And I did see your reply, yeah. So, yeah, hope everything at sea goes well, Dave. Okay, let's go down 4,000 for the intercept. So we have vertical speed 4,000, speed coming back again. Very light aircraft, so delivery flight, we only have 10 passengers on board. So speeds are going to be a lot lower than normal. But flaps 25 should be fine. That's what I thought, right? In historic weather, it's not possible, right? And you can only do that in 24 hours. Okay, thanks, Quote Magna. Yeah. Yeah, we'll do relops. So Lufthansa does not use the head-up displays. Good, we have 3.9 tons currently. So we'll touch down with, well, we've got 3.5 maybe. All right, now coming into the clouds. Beautiful. So as long as we stay above 2.4 touchdown fuel, we don't have to declare emergency. So now I'm going to go to that waypoint, execute, LNAV, execute, come on. Right, LNAV, flaps 1, flaps 1. Knots. Yeah, engine anti-ice, wing anti-ice is on. Definitely icing conditions today in these conditions. Okay, so inbound to the final approach fix, 4,000 feet, and here comes flaps 5. Flaps 5, slowing down further. That's a bug here in the horizon. Right, let me dial up the sounds a bit more. And then I press the approach button. So we got FAC and glide path armed. I'm not going to say the F word, guys. So here comes flap 17. Flap 17 set. Yeah, we'll see 170 here. I know. That's why I'm trying to be careful now. Yeah, final approach course. That's what it stands for. Good, descent point should be at yeah, Delta Fox 660, about 11 miles from the runway. So we have 3 miles to go. Glide path is armed. So if I go forward here, you can see that is armed. It's not alive yet. Heading back. Yeah, final approach course. Where's it going? Oh my god, come on. Yeah, turning left again. GG's. Probably wait there for a second. Trying to keep your head still is always a bit difficult. 066, fantastic. Alrighty. So let's do that. And let's do that. Is the head movement okay for you guys? I don't want anybody to get sick, motion sick or something. Glide path is alive. Okay, cool. It's a bit more immersive, isn't it? Glide path, missed approach, 5,000 sets. Traffic. Right, it's almost left side. So it does show TCAS traffic on multiplayer. I always thought that's not possible. Yeah, I know, right. Okay, Dave, I'm seeing community members are already answering the questions. Fantastic. Thanks, guys, for helping out. Much appreciated. Good. So, we're currently at 9 miles. 3,250. No need for cold temperature correction. So, 8 miles. Let's check 8 miles. It should be 2,930. Yeah, so looks okay. Already getting some ground contact here. Excellent. So 8 miles, 2,930. We should be right on path. Very nice. Cool. Here comes the gear down. How come the camera is reset again? Oh, I restarted the stream, didn't I? Flaps 20. Two red, two white, fantastic. Oops. And the speed brakes. Speed brakes armed. And flaps 25, final setting. Flaps 25, plus 5. 138 on the speed. Everything is set. Let's do the landing checklist. Landing checklist complete. Checklist complete. Right. Manual thrust. Manual flight. Beautiful. Nice. It's nicely trimmed. So, speed trim system working very nicely. Aircraft departing 18. And the final approach course working very well. Very low power setting. I mean, it's Rolls-Royce engines. We have N1 of 40%. And TPR 21%. 1,000 checked, we're stable. Clear to land. Check is completed. Yeah, now we've got 44%. Yeah, that's okay, that's normal. That's not too bad. Beautiful. It's a shame that we don't have a good replay mode just yet. Yeah, fuel quality low is copied. Continue. Continue. Slightly low, correcting. There we go. Now we're on path. Come on. Big flary. So speed brakes up and reverser. Ooh. Come on, why is it not getting green there? There we go, now we've got reverser green. Let's close the reverser, auto brake off. Wow, that was a bit flary. So normally I'm used to the aircraft, once you reduce the thrust to idle, the aircraft actually nicely settling down. So that was a bit flary. But overall, hand flying is okay. It's not too bad. Yeah, almost a landing like my FO. Over flaring the... Right. 40 knots. Let's slow down. And then we go to mic 8 as briefed. Cool. After landing items. So we want traffic off, weather radar off, terrain mode off, and then TCAS off as well. Get traffic off, fantastic. There's mic 10. Oh, you're right. Oh, man. I was going to give it to maintenance.
Good night, Black.
I even briefed it, right? Thanks for reminding me. Typical kind of autopilot mentality. Mic 8, right? Disregard. No, you're right. Thanks for reminding me. Ghost, good night to you. Glad you enjoyed the flight. Of course, we're going to go to the maintenance hangar. And there's a lot less traffic that way anyways. So let's have a look. Is he vacating there? That's probably Alex, correct? Or is it... No, that's Alex. Buddy, where are you? I'm in European West, as always. West Europe. Ah, he's also vacating this way. Cool. Alright, so... Let's do the crossing. Let's get strobe lights on. That's well, actually, I just wanted to show you the new terminal. That's why I went this far. So this is the Alex. That's you. Yeah, I thought so, Alex. Yeah, welcome. Thanks for flying along. So that's the new terminal. Crazy. Strobes off.
Welcome aboard the Captain Blackbox.
Gillen, thank you so much. 25 months.
Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin?
Nice. What can I say? Of course, thank you so much for the awesome support that came in today. You are so generous, guys.
Thanks for today's very informative stream. Wish you all the best for 2026
that's nice.
and keep up the amazing work. Smile.
Thank you so much, Gillen, for the kind words and the 25 months, Gillen. Thanks for being a part of this community. Yeah, so big thank you again for all the amazing generosity that came through today, guys. Thank you so much for that. And the flight was beautiful. The Horizon mod held up really nicely. Apart from the fact it had a bit higher fuel flow than expected. So that's the only thing I noticed, even though I took 2 tons extra. But I guess you would have to take maybe 5%, 6%, 7% higher fuel flow to get that right. Alex, you enjoyed it? Fantastic. Yeah, beautiful sunrise. Okay, is that you then, buddy? Short final? Let's have a look if that is buddy. And you're flying the A340, correct? Oh, yes. Oh, no, you're on 2020. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. Did you ever get a taxi around JFK? Not really, no. Oh, you are on. So is that you then, buddy? Hang on. Where are you? Alright, APU is running. Fantastic. Let's get rid of those messages. 3.2 tons. Enough fuel, for sure. Okay, buddy. And you're landing 7 right, so we should be able to see you then, buddy, in a few minutes. So next to the left, then we go right again, and then we go left again to the Lufthansa Technik hangar. Excuses, excuses. But that was very enjoyable, that flight. It felt nice and chilled, right? Normally we do the more hectic kind of short-range flying, which I enjoy as well. More action in the sense for the viewers. But that was and of course the Northern Lights. I showed my wife, so I showed when I was having raclette, I showed my wife the stream, and I showed, look, that's the Northern Lights, and she said, wow, that's really pretty. So incredible stuff, right? So that was nice to see that it's actually simulated as well. I can see some landing lights. Maybe that is Buddy then on the approach there. Yeah, is that with the SU4? That came with the SU4, okay. Hey, Quotenmagner. Oh, nice. Hamburger. Lovely. Well, yeah, we're a bit hard-pressed because of... oh, yeah, that is a big one. Yeah, that must be Buddy. Let's watch this landing. And Oxkilo, hello to you. Yes, I've been having a face cam for, I think, about 6 weeks, 7 weeks now. Hello there. How are you? Hope you had a great Christmas time. So here we go, Buddy. Come on. You can do this. I love how it doesn't simulate the landing gear. I don't know why. Ah, look good. Nice landing, GG. Right, let's see. Let's go around here. Blaster shield. I've never been here, so I don't know that hangar. I know it's it's the largest in Europe. I think the largest maintenance hangar in Europe. Okay, buddy, you can see us as well. Fantastic. Good landing, buddy. Well done. Right, where shall we park? I'll take the second one to the left there. Although let's take this one here. Yeah, let's take this one. Oop. So we'll take this one here. I'm not sure, Yoda. I don't think it's working, is it? Here in Microsoft, I don't think so. I know there are add-ons where you can actually do that, but I don't think that's possible here. Right, let me just stop here then. Nice. What a lovely, lovely flight. Welcome to Frankfurt. We have shutdown items. TCAS off. And let's see. Shutdown checklist. We already read that. Yeah, so parking brake set. Shutdown checklist completed. Welcome to Frankfurt. What a great flight. TW, yes, for me too. Thanks so much for watching. I'm not even sure if... let me go and try to select that from the map. Oh, it doesn't have parking spots here. Darn. Okay, well then we leave it. Then we won't have any animations. Too much realism kills well, I mean... Here's an A350, lovely. Nice. And again, what a beautiful livery. Let me quickly go outside. Oh, this is actually really weird. So head tracking works in external view as well. I've got to switch off the running lights. Yeah. Or taxi lights, I should say. So taxi lights off. There we go. Well, I mean, if at some point, let's wait for the version 2, okay? So if Horizon Mod version 2 does add more things in the FMS and system-wise, then yeah, why not make some tutorials? Yeah. Why not? Now I wonder, hang on, let me have a look. F9 is here. So let me have a look if we can switch off active sky. And let's go live weather, but daytime. Ah, yeah, so in sunshine, this livery does become nicer, right? Beautiful. Cool, a successful delivery flight. I'm sure they have some excellent people there. Cool. I've not seen the KLM 100 livery. I've not seen that. Alex is doing a walk around. So Alex, what do you think about our aircraft? Beautiful, isn't it? So this is also a cool feature. Hello, Alex. And here's Buddy fast taxiing. Nice. Cool. One more time, thank you so much for all the resubs that came in today. And a special thank you to all those that gifted subs today. Once again, thank you so much for the support. It means a lot to me. And I wish you all a fantastic start into the new year. And for next year, I wish you all the best from the bottom of my heart. And of course, the main thing, good health. So I wish you all the best. Yeah, I'll be here next year for sure. I'll try to make more tutorial videos again next year. No, I'll be near Frankfurt over the New Year, so we're visiting friends. But I will see you. I think next stream will be 3rd or 4th of January. Now, actually, tomorrow evening, if you're interested in a cooking stream or trying to make a nice salad tomorrow evening, if you're interested in that, Galley Chef. And otherwise, next flight sim stream is on the 3rd or 4th of January. Dankeschön BV, Night Rider, Night Rider, no, sorry, Night Rider, what? No right rudder. Good God. Thank you so much. Same to you. Maxi, also to you. Thank you so much. All the best wishes. Peter, best wishes to you as well. Alex, hello. I mean, good night to you and all the best. Thanks for flying along, buddy, and thanks for flying along, Alex. It's a pleasure as always. Alex, I wish you the same. Thank you so much. Voyager, all the best to you as well. Vielen, vielen Dank. And then TW, see you tomorrow. Oh, nice. TW Simulation. Thank you so much. WeJ7, Senshai, thank you so much as well. Yeah, okay, so hang on, Senshai. So what I did, if I bring up the app, so you can see I've installed the theme as well. So if I go to airport infos, it does bring up the keyboard, but I can't get rid of the keyboard. It'll be about 7. So 6 UTC, so 1800 UTC, 7. Lilienthal, the same for you. Lilienthal, thanks for watching. All the best for next year as well. Dreamliner 787, nice to see you too. All the best wishes for you as well. Dave, it's still the old one, really? Ah. But I downloaded the one that you had sent me. Okay, I'll try again, Sunshine. Sorry for that. Avenger, to you as well. Thank you so much. Have a good New Year as well. Hayden, same to you. Have a good New Year. Thank you much, Sunshine, for all the help. Virtual Pilot, Grüße nach Österreich. All the best wishes. Thank you so much. Excellent. Thank you so much, everyone. Take care. Good night. Here is the outro. Can we rate Elm? Actually, let me rate Riva. Because he rated me. Yeah, let's rate Riva. Good idea. Return the favor. Hold on.
Good night, Black Box.
There we go. That works. Alex, thank you much. Okay, good night, everyone. Cool, guys, we're sending over to Riva. Once again, thank you so much, everyone. Take care. Good night.